Book 4 of Knowledge and Probability. Analytical Contents. Chapter 1 of Knowledge in General. Our knowledge conversant about our ideas. 2. Knowledge is the perception of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas. 3. This agreement fourfold. 4. First, of identity or diversity. 5. Secondly, of relations. 6. Thirdly, of coexistence. 7. Fourthly, of real existence. 8. Knowledge actual or habitual. 9. Habitual knowledge twofold. Chapter 2 of the degrees of our knowledge. 1. Intuitive. 2. Demonstrative. 3. Depends on proofs. 4. But not so easy. 5. Not without precedent doubt. 6. Not so clear. 7. Each step must have intuitive evidence. 8. Hence the mistake ex precognitis et praeconcepsis. 9. Demonstration not limited to quantity. 10 to 13. Why it has been so thought. 14. Sensitive knowledge of particular existence. 15. Knowledge not always clear whether ideas are so. Chapter 3 of the extent of human knowledge. 1. First, no further than we have ideas. 2. Secondly, no further than we can perceive their agreement or disagreement. 3. Thirdly, intuitive knowledge extends itself not to all the relations of all our ideas. 4. Fourthly, no demonstrative knowledge. 5. Fifthly, sensitive knowledge narrower than either. 6. Sixthly, our knowledge therefore narrower than our ideas. 7. How far our knowledge reaches. 8. First, our knowledge of identity and diversity as far as our ideas. 9. Secondly, of their coexistence a very little way. 10. Because the connection between most simple ideas and substances is unknown. 11. Especially of secondary qualities. 12 to 14, and further, because all connection between any secondary and primary qualities is undiscoverable. 15. Of repugnancy to coexist larger. 16. Of the coexistence of powers a very little way. 17. Of spirits yet narrower. 18. Thirdly, of other relations it is not easy to say how far morality capable of demonstration. 19. Two things have made moral ideas thought incapable of demonstration: their complexedness and want of sensible representation. 20. Remedies of those difficulties. 21. Fourthly, of real existence we have an intuitive knowledge of our own, demonstrative of gods, sensible of some few other things. 22. Our ignorance great. 23. First, one cause of it want of ideas, either such as we have no conception of, or such as particularly we have not. 24. Because of their remoteness, or 25. Because of their minuteness. 26. Hence no science of bodies. 27. Much less spirits. 28. Secondly, want of a connection between ideas we have. 29. Instances. 30. Thirdly, want of tracing our ideas. 31. Extent in respect of universality. Chapter 4 of the reality of knowledge. 1. Objection. Knowledge placed in ideas may be all bare vision. 2. 3. Answer. Not so, where ideas agree with things. 4. As first, all simple ideas do. 5. Secondly, all complex ideas except of substances. 6. Hence the reality of mathematical knowledge. 7. And of moral. 8. Existence not required to make it. 9. Nor will it be less true or certain because mortal ideas are of our own making and naming. 10. Misnaming disturbs not the certainty of the knowledge. 11. Ideas of substances have their archetypes without us. 12. So far as they agree with those, so far our knowledge concerning them is real. 13. In our inquiries about substances, we must consider ideas and not confine our thoughts to names or species supposed set out by names. 14 to 16. Objection against a changeling being something between man and beast answered. 15. What will become of changelings in a future state? 16. Monsters. 17. Words and species. 18. Recapitulation. Chapter 5 of Truth in General. 1. What truth is. 2. A right joining or separating of signs, i.e. ideas of or words. 3. Which make mental or verbal propositions. 4. Mental propositions are very hard to be treated of. 5. Being nothing but the joining or separating ideas without words. 6. When mental propositions contain real truth and when verbal. 7. Objection against verbal truth, and thus it may all be chimerical. 8. Answer. Real truth is about ideas agreeing to things. 9. Falsehood is the joining of names otherwise than their ideas agree. 10. General propositions to be treated of more at large. 11. Moral and metaphysical truth. Chapter 6 of Universal Propositions, their truth and certainty. 1. Treating of words necessary to knowledge. 2. General truths hardly to be understood but in verbal propositions. 3. Certainty twofold of truth and of knowledge. 4. No proposition can be known to be true where the essence of each species mentioned is not known. 5. This more particularly concerns substances. 6. The truth of few universal propositions concerning substances is to be known. 7. Because coexistence of ideas in few cases to be known. 8, 9. Instance in gold. 11, 10. As far as any such coexistence can be known, so far universal propositions may be certain, but this will go but a little way because 11, 12. The qualities which make our complex ideas of substances depend mostly on external, remote and unperceived causes. 13. Judgment may reach further, but that is not knowledge. 14. What is requisite for our knowledge of substances? 15. Whilst our ideas of substances contain not their real constitutions, we can make but few general certain propositions concerning them. 16. Wherein lies the general certainty of propositions. Chapter 7 of Maxims. 1. They are self-evident propositions. 2. Wherein that self-evidence consists. 3. Self-evidence not peculiar to received axioms. 4. First, as to identity and diversity, all propositions are equally self-evident. 5. Secondly, in coexistence we have few self-evident propositions. 6. Thirdly, in other relations we may have many. 7. Fourthly, concerning real existence we have none. 8. These axioms do not much influence our other knowledge. 9. Because they are not the truths we first knew. 10. Because of them the other parts of our knowledge do not depend. 11. What use these general maxims have. 12. Maxims, if care be not taken in the use of words, may prove contradictions. 13. Instance in vacuum. 14. They prove not the existence of things without us. 15. Their application dangerous about complex ideas. 16 to 18. Instance in man. 19. Little use of these maxims in proofs where we have clear and distinct ideas. 20. Their use dangerous where our ideas are confused. Chapter 8 of Trifling Propositions. 1. Some propositions bring no increase to our knowledge. 2, 3. As first, identical propositions. 4. Secondly, when a part of any complex idea is predicated of the whole. 5. As part of the definition of the defined. 6. Instance, man and palfrey. 7. For this teaches but the signification of words. 8. But no real knowledge. 9. General propositions concerning substances are often trifling. 10. And why? 11. Thirdly, using words variously is trifling with them. 12. Marks of verbal propositions. First, predication in abstract. 13. Secondly, a part of the definition predicated of any term. Chapter 9 of Our Knowledge of Existence. 1. General certain propositions concern not existence. 2. A threefold knowledge of existence. 3. Our knowledge of our own existence is intuitive. Chapter 10 of Our Knowledge of the Existence of a God. 1. We are capable of knowing certainly that there is a God. 2. Man knows that he himself is. 3. He knows also that nothing cannot produce a being, therefore something eternal. 4. That eternal being must be most powerful. 5. And most knowing. 6. And therefore God. 7. Our idea of a most perfect being, not the sole proof of a God. 8. Something from eternity. 9. Two sorts of beings, cogitative and incogitative. 10. Incogitative being cannot produce a cogitative. 11. 12. Therefore, there has been an eternal wisdom. 13. Whether material or no. 14. Not material. First, because every particle of matter is not cogitative. 15. Secondly, one particle alone of matter cannot be cogitative. 16. Thirdly, a system of incogitative matter cannot be cogitative. 17. Whether in motion or at rest. 18. 19. Matter not co-eternal with an eternal mind. Chapter 11 of our knowledge of the existence of other things. 1. Is to be had only by actual sensation. 2. Instance whiteness of this paper. 3. This, though not so certain as demonstration, yet may be called knowledge and proves the existence of things without us. 4. First, because we cannot have them but by the inlet of the senses. 5. Secondly, because an idea from actual sensation and another from memory are very different perceptions. 6. Thirdly, pleasure or pain, which accompanies actual sensation, accompanies not the returning of those ideas without the external objects. 7. Fourthly, our senses assist one another's testimony of the existence of outward things. 8. This certainty is as great as our condition needs. 9. But reaches no further than actual sensation. 10. Fully to expect demonstration in everything. 11. Past existence is known by memory. 12. The existence of spirits not knowable. 13. Particular propositions concerning existence are knowable. 14. And general propositions concerning abstract ideas. Chapter 12 of the improvement of our knowledge. 1. Knowledge is not from Maximus. 2. The occasion of that opinion. 3. But from the comparing clear and distinct ideas. 4. Dangerous to build upon precarious principles. 5. This no certain way to truth. 6. But to compare clear complete ideas under steady names. 7. The true method of advancing knowledge is by considering our abstract ideas. 8. By which morality also may be made clearer. 9. But knowledge of bodies is to be improved only by experience. 10. This may procure us convenience, not science. 11. We are fitted for moral knowledge and natural improvements. 12. But must beware of hypothesis and wrong principles. 13. The true use of hypothesis. 14. Clear and distinct ideas with settled names and the finding of those which show their agreement or disagreement are the ways to enlarge our knowledge. 15. Mathematics, an instance of it. Chapter 13. Some further considerations concerning our knowledge. 1. Our knowledge partly necessary, partly voluntary. 2. The application voluntary, but we know as things are not as we please. 3. Instance in numbers in natural religion. Chapter 14 of judgment. 1. Our knowledge being short, we want something else. 2. What use to be made of this twilight state? 3. Judgment supplies the want of knowledge. 4. Judgment is the presuming things to be so without perceiving it. Chapter 15 of probability. 1. Probability is the appearance of agreement upon fallible proofs. 2. It is to supply the want of knowledge. 3. Being that which makes us presume things to be true before we know them to be so. 4. The grounds of probability are 2. Conformity with our own experience or the testimony of others' experience. 5. In this, all the arguments pro and con ought to be examined before we come to a judgment. 6. They being capable of great variety. Chapter 16 of the degrees of assent. 1. Our assent ought to be regulated by the grounds of probability. 2. These cannot always be actually in view, and then we must content ourselves with the remembrance that we once saw ground for such a degree of assent. 3. The ill consequence of this if our former judgment were not rightly made. 4. The right use of it, mutual charity and forbearance. 5. Probability is either matter of fact or speculation. 6. The concurrent experience of all other men with ours produces assurance approaching to knowledge. 7. Unquestionable testimony and experience for the most part produce confidence. 8. Fair testimony and the nature of the thing indifferent produces also significant belief. 9. Experiences and testimonies clashing infinitely vary degrees of probability. 10. Traditional testimonies, the further removed, the less their proof. 11. Yet history is of great use. 12. In things which sense cannot discover, analogy is the great rule of probability. 13. One case where contrary experience lessens not the testimony. 14. The bare testimony of revelation is the highest certainty. Chapter 17 of Reason. 1. Various significations of the word reason. 2. Wherein reasoning consists. 3. Its 4 parts. 4. Syllogism not the great instrument of reason. 4. Helps little in demonstration, less in probability. 6. Serves not to increase our knowledge but to fence with it. 7. Other helps should be sought. 8. We reason about particulars. 9. First, reason fails us for want of ideas. 10. Secondly, because of obscure or imperfect ideas. 11. Thirdly, for want of intermediate ideas. 12. Fourthly, because of wrong principles. 13. Fifthly, because of doubtful terms. 14. Our highest degree of knowledge is intuitive without reasoning. 15. The next is demonstration by reasoning. 16. To supply the narrowness of this, we have nothing but judgment upon probable reasoning. 17. Intuition, demonstration, judgment. 18. Consequences of words and consequences of ideas. 19. 4 sorts of arguments. First, ad verecundium. 20. Secondly, ad ignorantium. 21. Thirdly, ad hominem. 22. Fourthly, ad judicium. 23. Above, contrary and according to reason. 24. Reason and faith, not opposite. Chapter 18 of Faith and Reason and their distinct provinces. 1. Necessary to know their boundaries. 2. Faith and reason, what as contradistinguished. 3. No new simple idea can be conveyed by traditional revelation. 4. Traditional revelation may make us know propositions knowable also by reason, but not with the same certainty that reason doth. 5. Revelation cannot be admitted against the clear evidence of reason. 6. Traditional revelation, much less. 7. Things above reason. 8. Are not contrary to reason if revealed are matter of faith. 9. Revelation in matters where reason cannot judge or but probably ought to be hearkened to. 10. In matters where reason can afford certain knowledge, that is to be hearkened to. 11. If the boundaries be not set between faith and reason, no enthusiasm or extravagancy in religion can be contradicted. Chapter 19 of Enthusiasm. 1. Love of truth necessary. 2. A forwardness to dictate from whence. 3. Force of enthusiasm. 4. Reason and revelation. 5. Rise of enthusiasm. 6. 7. Enthusiasm. 8. 9. Enthusiasm is taken for seeing and feeling. 10. The supposed internal light examined. 11. Enthusiasm fails of evidence that the proposition is from God. 12. Firmness of persuasion, no proof that any proposition is from God. 13. Light in the mind, what? 14. Revelation must be judged for by reason. 15. 16. Belief, no proof of revelation. Chapter 20 of Wrong Assent of Error. 1. Causes of error. 2. First, want of proofs. 13. Objection. What shall become of those who want them answered? 4. People hindered from inquiry. 5. Secondly, want of skill to use proofs. 6. Thirdly, want of will to use them. 7. Fourthly, wrong measures of probability whereof. 8 to 10. First, doubtful propositions taken for principles. 11. Secondly, received hypothesis. 12. Thirdly, predominant passions. 13. The means of evading probabilities. First, supposed fallacy. 14. Secondly, supposed arguments for the contrary. 15. What probabilities determine the assent. 16. Where it is in our power to suspend it. 17. Fourthly, authority. 18. Men not in so many errors as is commonly imagined. Chapter 21 of the Division of the Sciences. 1. Three sorts. 2. First, physica. 3. Secondly, practica. 4. Thirdly, semiotic. 5. This is the first division of the objects of knowledge. Chapter 1 of knowledge in general. Since the mind in all its thoughts and reasonings hath no other immediate object but its own ideas, which it alone does or can contemplate, it is evident that our knowledge is only conversant about them. Knowledge then seems to me to be nothing but the perception of the connection of and agreement or disagreement and repugnancy of any of our ideas. In this alone it consists. Where this perception is, there is knowledge, and where it is not, there, though we may fancy, guess, or believe, yet we always come short of knowledge. For when we know that white is not black, what do we else but perceive that these two ideas do not agree? When we possess ourselves with the utmost security of the demonstration that the three angles of a triangle are equal to two right ones, what do we more but perceive that equality to two right ones does necessarily agree to and is inseparable from the three angles of a triangle? But to understand a little more distinctly wherein this agreement or disagreement consists, I think we may reduce it all to these four sorts. 1. Identity or diversity. 2. Relation. 3. Coexistence or necessary connection. 4. Real existence. First, as to the first sort of agreement or disagreement, viz. Identity or diversity. It is the first act of the mind, when it has any sentiments or ideas at all, to perceive its ideas, and so far as it perceives them, to know each what it is, and thereby also to perceive their difference, and that one is not another. This is so absolutely necessary that without it there could be no knowledge, no reasoning, no imagination, no distinct thoughts at all. By this the mind clearly and infallibly perceives each idea to agree with itself and to be what it is, and all distinct ideas to disagree, i.e. the one not to be the other. And this it does without pains, labor, or deduction, but at first view by its natural power of perception and distinction. And though men of art have reduced this into those general rules, what is, and it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, for ready application in all cases wherein there may be occasion to reflect on it. Yet it is certain that the first exercise of this faculty is about particular ideas. A man infallibly knows, as soon as ever he has them in his mind, that the ideas he calls white and round are the very ideas they are, and that they are not other ideas which he calls red or square. Nor can any maxim or proposition in the world make him know it clearer or surer than he did before, and without any such general rule. This then is the first agreement or disagreement which the mind perceives in its ideas, which it always perceives at first sight. And if there ever happen any doubt about it, it will always be found to be about the names and not the ideas themselves, whose identity and diversity will always be perceived as soon and clearly as the ideas themselves are, nor can it possibly be otherwise. Secondly, the next sort of agreement or disagreement the mind perceives in any of its ideas may, I think, be called relative, and is nothing but the perception of the relation between any two ideas, of what kind soever, whether substances, modes, or any other. For, since all distinct ideas must eternally be known not to be the same, and so be universally and constantly denied one of another, there could be no room for any positive knowledge at all if we could not perceive any relation between our ideas, and find out the agreement or disagreement they have one with another, in several ways the mind takes of comparing them. Thirdly, the third sort of agreement or disagreement to be found in our ideas, which the perception of the mind is employed about, is coexistence or non-coexistence in the same subject, and this belongs particularly to substances. Thus, when we pronounce concerning gold that it is fixed, our knowledge of this truth amounts to no more but this, that fixedness, or a power to remain in the fire unconsumed, is an idea that always accompanies and is joined with that particular sort of yellowness, weight, fusibility, malleableness, and solubility in aqua regia, which make our complex idea signified by the word gold. Fourthly, the fourth and last sort is that of actual real existence agreeing to any idea. Within these four sorts of agreement or disagreement is, I suppose, contained all the knowledge we have or are capable of, for all the inquiries we can make concerning any of our ideas. All that we know, can affirm concerning any of them is that it is or is not the same with some other, that it does or does not always coexist with some other idea in the same subject, that it has this or that relation with some other idea, or that it has a real existence without the mind. Thus, blue is not yellow is of identity. Two triangles upon equal bases between two parallels are equal is of relation. Iron is susceptible of magnetical impressions is of coexistence. God is for real existence. Though identity and coexistence are truly nothing but relations, yet they are such peculiar ways of agreement or disagreement of our ideas that they deserve well to be considered as distinct heads, and not under relation in general, since they are so different grounds of affirmation and negation, as will easily appear to anyone who will but reflect on what is said in several places of this essay. I should now proceed to examine the several degrees of our knowledge, but that it is necessary first to consider the different acceptations of the word knowledge. There are several ways wherein the mind is possessed of truth, each of which is called knowledge. There is actual knowledge, which is the present view the mind has of the agreement or disagreement of any of its ideas or of the relation they have one to another. 2. A man is said to know any proposition which, having been once laid before his thoughts, he evidently perceived the agreement or disagreement of the ideas whereof it consists, and so lodged it in his memory, that whenever that proposition comes again to be reflected on, he without doubt or hesitation embraces the right side, assents to, and is certain of the truth of it. This, I think, one may call habitual knowledge, and thus a man may be said to know all those truths which are lodged in his memory by a foregoing clear and full perception, whereof the mind is assured past doubt as often as it has occasion to reflect on them. For our finite understandings, being able to think clearly and distinctly but on one thing at once, if men had no knowledge of any more than what they actually thought on, they would all be very ignorant, and he that knew most would know but one truth, that being all he was able to think on at one time. Of habitual knowledge there are also, vulgarly speaking, 2 degrees. First, the one is of such truths laid up in the memory as, whenever they occur to the mind, it actually perceives the relation is between those ideas. And this is in all those truths whereof we have an intuitive knowledge, where the ideas themselves, by an immediate view, discover their agreement or disagreement one with another. Secondly, the other is of such truth whereof the mind having been convinced, it retains the memory of the conviction without the proofs. Thus a man that remembers certainly that he once perceived the demonstration that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right ones, is certain that he knows it, because he cannot doubt the truth of it. In his adherence to a truth where the demonstration by which it was at first known is forgot, though a man may be thought rather to believe his memory than really to know. And this way of entertaining a truth seemed formerly to me like something between opinion and knowledge. a sort of assurance which exceeds bare belief, for that relies on the testimony of another, yet upon a due examination I find it comes not short of perfect certainty, and is in effect true knowledge. That which is apt to mislead our first thoughts into a mistake in this matter is that the agreement or disagreement of the ideas in this case is not perceived, as it was at first, by an actual view of all the immediate ideas, whereby the agreement or disagreement of those in the proposition was at first perceived, but by other intermediate ideas that show the agreement or disagreement of the ideas contained in the proposition, whose certainty we remember. For example, in this proposition that the three angles of a triangle are equal to two right ones, one who has seen and clearly perceived the demonstration of this truth knows it to be true, when that demonstration is gone out of his mind, so that at present it is not actually in view and possibly cannot be recollected, but he knows it in a different way from what he did before. The agreement of the two ideas joined in that proposition is perceived, but it is by the intervention of other ideas than those which at first produced that perception. He remembers, i.e., he knows, for remembrance is but the reviving of some past knowledge, that he was once certain of the truth of this proposition, that the three angles of a triangle are equal to two right ones. The immutability of the same relations between the same immutable things is now the idea that shows him that if the three angles of a triangle were once equal to two right ones, they will always be equal to two right ones. And hence he comes to be certain that what was once true in the case is always true. What ideas once agreed will always agree, and consequently what he once knew to be true, he will always know to be true as long as he can remember that he once knew it. Upon this ground it is that particular demonstrations in mathematics afford general knowledge. If then the perception that the same ideas will eternally have the same habitudes and relations be not a sufficient ground of knowledge, there could be no knowledge of general propositions in mathematics, for no mathematical demonstration would be any other than particular, and when a man had demonstrated any proposition concerning one triangle or circle, his knowledge would not reach beyond that particular diagram. If he would extend it further, he must renew his demonstration in another instance before he could know it to be true in another like triangle, and so on, by which means one could never come to the knowledge of any general propositions. Nobody, I think, can deny that Mr. Newton certainly knows any proposition that he now at any time reads in his book to be true, though he has not in actual view that admirable chain of intermediate ideas whereby he at first discovered it to be true. Such a memory as that, able to retain such a train of particulars, may be well thought beyond the reach of human faculties, when the very discovery, perception, and laying together that wonderful connection of ideas is found to surpass most readers' comprehension. But yet it is evident that Oda himself knows the proposition to be true, remembering he once saw the connection of those ideas, as certainly as he knows such a man wounded another, remembering that he saw him run him through. But because the memory is not always so clear as actual perception, and thus in all men more or less decay in length of time, this, amongst other differences, is one which shows that demonstrative knowledge is much more imperfect than intuitive, as we shall see in the following chapter. Chapter 2 of the degrees of our knowledge. All our knowledge consisting, as I have said, in the view the mind has of its own ideas, which is the utmost light and greatest certainty we, with our faculties and in our way of knowledge, are capable of, it may not be amiss to consider a little the degrees of its evidence. The different clearness of our knowledge seems to me to lie in the different way of perception the mind has of the agreement or disagreement of any of its ideas. For if we will reflect on our own ways of thinking, we will find that sometimes the mind perceives the agreement or disagreement of two ideas immediately by themselves, without the intervention of any other, and this I think we may call intuitive knowledge. For in this the mind is at no pains of proving or examining, but perceives the truth as the eye doth light, only by being directed towards it. Thus the mind perceives that white is not black, that a circle is not a triangle, that 3 are more than 2 and equal to 1 and 2. Such kinds of truths the mind perceives at the first sight of the ideas together by bare intuition without the intervention of any other idea, and this kind of knowledge is the clearest and most certain that human frailty is capable of. This part of knowledge is irresistible, and like bright sunshine forces itself immediately to be perceived as soon as ever the mind turns its view that way, and leaves no room for hesitation, doubt, or examination. The mind is presently filled with the clear light of it. It is on this intuition that depends all the certainty and evidence of all our knowledge, which certainty everyone finds to be so great that he cannot imagine and therefore not require a greater. For a man cannot conceive himself capable of a greater certainty than to know that any idea in his mind is such as he perceives it to be, that 2 ideas wherein he perceives a difference are different and not precisely the same. He that demands a greater certainty than this demands he knows not what, and shows only that he has a mind to be a skeptic without being able to be so. Certainty depends so wholly on this intuition that in the next degree of knowledge, which I call demonstrative, this intuition is necessary in all the connections of the immediate ideas, without which we cannot attain knowledge and certainty. The next degree of knowledge is where the mind perceives the agreement or disagreement of any ideas, but not immediately, though wherever the mind perceives the agreement or disagreement of any of its ideas, where there be certain knowledge, yet it does not always happen that the mind sees their agreement or disagreement which there is between them, even where it is discoverable, and in that case remains in ignorance, and at most gets no further than a probable conjecture. The reason why the mind cannot always perceive presently the argument or disagreement of 2 ideas is because those ideas, concerning whose agreement or disagreement the inquiry is made, cannot by the mind be so put together as to show it. In this case then, when the mind cannot so bring its ideas together as by their immediate comparison, and as it were juxtaposition or application one to another, to perceive their agreement or disagreement, it is fain, by the intervention of other ideas, 1 or more as it happens, to discover the agreement or disagreement which it searches, and this is that which we call reasoning. Thus the mind, being willing to know the agreement or disagreement in bigness between the 3 angles of a triangle and 2 right ones, cannot by an immediate view and comparing them do it, because the 3 angles of a triangle cannot be brought at once and be compared with any other 1 or 2 angles, and so of this the mind has no immediate, no intuitive knowledge. In this case the mind is fain to find out some other angles to which the 3 angles of a triangle have an equality, and finding those equal to 2 right ones, comes to know their equality to 2 right ones. Those intervening ideas which serve to show the agreement of any 2 others are called proofs, and where the agreement and disagreement is by this means plainly and clearly perceived, it is called demonstration, it being shown to be understanding, and the mind made to see that it is so. A quickness in the mind to find out these intermediate ideas that shall discover the agreement or disagreement of any other, and to apply them right is, I suppose, that which is called sagacity. This knowledge by intervening proofs, though it be certain, yet the evidence of it is not altogether so clear and bright, nor the essence so ready as an intuitive knowledge. For though in demonstration The mind does at last perceive the agreement or disagreement of the ideas it considers, yet it is not without pains and attention. There must be more than one transient view to find it. A steady application and pursuit are required to this discovery, and there must be a progression by steps and degrees before the mind can in this way arrive at certainty and come to perceive the agreement or repugnancy between two ideas that need proofs and the use of reason to show it. Another difference between intuitive and demonstrative knowledge is that, though in the latter all doubt be removed when, by the intervention of the immediate ideas, the agreement or disagreement is perceived, yet before the demonstration there was a doubt, which in intuitive knowledge cannot happen to the mind, that has its faculty of perception left to a degree capable of distinct ideas, no more than it can be a doubt to the eye that can distinctly see white and black, whether this ink and this paper be all of a color. If there be sight in the eyes, it will at first glimpse without hesitation perceive the words printed on this paper different from the color of the paper, and so if the mind have the faculty of distinct perception, it will perceive the agreement or disagreement of those ideas that produce intuitive knowledge. If the eyes have lost the faculty of seeing or the mind of perceiving, we in vain inquire after the quickness of sight in one or clearness of perception in the other. It is true, the perception produced by demonstration is also very clear, yet it is often with a great abatement of that evident lustre and full assurance that always accompany that which I call intuitive, like a face reflected by several mirrors one to another, where as long as it retains the similitude and agreement with the object, it produces a knowledge, but it is still in very successive reflection with a lessening of that perfect clearness and distinctness which is in the first, till at last, after many removes, it has a great mixture of dimness, and is not at first sight so knowable, especially to weak eyes. Thus it is with knowledge made out by a long train of proof. Now in every step reason makes it. In demonstrative knowledge, there is an intuitive knowledge of that agreement or disagreement. It seeks with the next intermediate idea, which it uses as a proof. For if it were not so, that yet would need a proof, since without the perception of such agreement or disagreement, there is no knowledge produced. If it be perceived by itself, it is intuitive knowledge. If it cannot be perceived by itself, there is need of some intervening idea as a common measure to show the agreement or disagreement, by which it is plain that every step in reasoning that produces knowledge has intuitive certainty, which when the mind perceives, there is no more required but to remember it, to make the agreement or disagreement of the ideas concerning which we inquire visible and certain, so that to make anything a demonstration it is necessary to perceive the immediate agreement of the intervening ideas, whereby the agreement or disagreement of the two ideas under examination, whereof the one is always the first and the other the last in the account, is found. This intuitive perception of the agreement or disagreement of the intermediate ideas in each step and progression of the demonstration must also be carried exactly in the mind, and the man must be sure that no part is left out, which, because in long deductions and the use of many proofs, the memory does not always so readily and exactly retain. Therefore it comes to pass that this is more imperfect than intuitive knowledge, and men embrace often falsehood for demonstrations. The necessity of this intuitive knowledge in each step of scientifical or demonstrative reasoning gave occasion, I imagine, to that mistaken axiom that all reasoning was ex praecognitis et praeconcessis, which, how far it is a mistake, I shall have occasion to show more at large when I come to consider propositions, and particularly those propositions which are called maxims, and to show that it is by a mistake that they are supposed to be the foundations of all our knowledge and reasonings. It has been generally taken for granted that mathematics alone are capable of demonstrative certainty, but to have such an agreement or disagreement as may intuitively be perceived being, as I imagine, not the privilege of the ideas of number, extension, and figure alone. It may possibly be the want of due method and application in us, and not of sufficient evidence in things, that demonstration has been thought to have so little to do in other parts of knowledge, and been scarce so much as aimed by any but mathematicians. For whatever ideas we have wherein the mind can perceive the immediate agreement or disagreement that is between them, there the mind is capable of intuitive knowledge, and where it can perceive the agreement or disagreement of any two ideas by an intuitive perception of the agreement or disagreement they have with any intermediate ideas, there the mind is capable of demonstration, which is not limited to ideas of extension, figure, number, and their modes. The reason why it has been generally sought for and supposed to be only in those, I imagine, has been not only the general usefulness of those sciences, but because, in comparing their quality or excess, the modes of numbers have the least difference very clear and perceivable, and though in extension the least excess is not so perceptible, yet the mind has found out ways to examine and discover demonstratively the just equality of two angles or extensions of figures, and both these, i.e. numbers and figures, can be set down by visible and lasting marks wherein the ideas under consideration are perfectly determined, which for the most part they are not, where they are marked only by names and words. But in other simple ideas whose modes and differences are made and counted by degrees and not quality, we have not so nice and accurate a distinction of their differences as to perceive or find ways to measure their just equality or the least differences. For those other simple ideas being appearances of sensations produced in us by the size, figure, number, and motion of minute corpuscles singly insensible, their different degrees also depend upon the variation of some or all of those causes, which, since it cannot be observed by us in particles of matter, whereof each is too subtle to be perceived, it is impossible for us to have any exact measures of the different degrees of these simple ideas. For, supposing the sensation or idea we name whiteness be produced in us by a certain number of globules, which, having a verticity about their own centers, strike upon the retina of the eye with a certain degree of rotation as well as progressive swiftness, it will hence easily follow that the more the superficial parts of any body are so ordered as to reflect the greater number of globules of light and to give them the proper rotation which is fit to produce the sensation of white in us, the more white will that body appear, that from an equal space sends to the retina the greater number of such corpuscles with that peculiar sort of motion. I do not say that the nature of light consists in very small round globules, nor of whiteness in such a texture of parts as gives a certain rotation to these globules when it reflects them, for I am not now treating physically of light or colors, but this I think I may say that I cannot, and I would be glad anyone would make intelligible that he did, conceive how bodies without us can anyways affect our senses, but by the immediate contact of the sensible bodies themselves, as in tasting and feeling, or the impulse of some sensible particles coming from them, as in seeing, hearing, and smelling, by the different impulse of which parts caused by their different size, figure, and motion, the variety of sensations is produced in us. Whether then they be globules or no, or whether they have a verticity about their own centers that produces the idea of whiteness in us, this is certain, that the more particles of light are reflected from a body fitted to give them that peculiar motion which produces the sensation of whiteness in us, and possibly too, the quicker that peculiar motion is, the whiter does the body appear, from which the greatest number are reflected, as is evident in the same piece of paper put in the sunbeams, in the shade, and in a dark hole, in each of which it will produce in us the idea of whiteness in far different degrees. Not knowing, therefore, what number of particles, nor what motion of them is fit to produce any precise degree of whiteness, we cannot demonstrate the certain equality of any two degrees of whiteness, because we have no certain standard to measure them by, no means to distinguish the least real difference, the only help we have being from our senses, which in this point fail us. but where the difference is so great as to produce in the mind clearly distinct ideas whose differences can be perfectly retained, there these ideas or colors, as we see in different kinds, as blue and red, are as capable of demonstration as ideas of number and extension. What I have here said of whiteness and colors, I think, holds true in all secondary qualities and their modes. These two, viz. Intuition and demonstration, are the degrees of our knowledge. Whatever comes short of one of these, with what assurance soever embraced, is but faith or opinion, but not knowledge, at least in all general truths. There is indeed another perception of the mind employed about the particular existence of finite beings without us, which, going beyond bare probability and yet not reaching perfectly to either of the foregoing degrees of certainty, passes under the name of knowledge. There can be nothing more certain than that the idea we receive from an external object is in our minds. This is intuitive knowledge, but whether there be anything more than barely that idea in our minds, whether we can thence certainly infer the existence of anything without us, which corresponds to that idea, is that whereof some men think there may be a question made, because men may have such ideas in their minds when no such thing exists, no such object affects their senses. But yet here I think we are provided with an evidence that puts us past doubting. For I ask anyone whether he be not invincibly conscious to himself of a different perception when he looks on the sun by day and thinks on it by night, when he actually tastes wormwood or smells a rose, or only thinks on that savour or odour. We as plainly find the difference there is between any idea revived in our minds by our own memory and actually coming into our minds by our senses, as we do between any two distinct ideas. If anyone say a dream may do the same thing, and all these ideas may be reproduced in us without any external object, he may please to dream that I make him this answer, that it is no great matter whether I remove his scruple or no, where all is but dream, reasoning and arguments are of no use, truth and knowledge nothing. 2. That I believe he will allow a very manifest difference between dreaming of being in the fire and being actually in it. But yet if he be resolved to appear so skeptical as to maintain that what I call being actually in the fire is nothing but a dream, and that we cannot thereby certainly know that any such thing as fire actually exists without us, I answer that we certainly finding that pleasure or pain follows upon the application of certain objects to us, whose existence we perceive or dream that we perceive by our senses. This certainty is as great as our happiness or misery, beyond which we have no concernment to know or to be. So that I think we may add to the two former sorts of knowledge this also of the existence of particular external objects by that perception and consciousness we have of the actual entrance of ideas from them, and allow these three degrees of knowledge, viz. Intuitive, demonstrative and sensitive, in each of which there are different degrees and ways of evidence and certainty. But since our knowledge is founded on and employed about our ideas only, will it not follow from thence that it is conformable to our ideas, than that where our ideas are clear and distinct, or obscure and confused, our knowledge will be so too? To which I answer no, for our knowledge consisting in the perception of the agreement or disagreement of any two ideas, its clearness or obscurity consists in the clearness or obscurity of that perception, and not in the clearness or obscurity of the ideas themselves, e.g., a man that has as clear ideas of the angles of a triangle and of equality to two right ones as any mathematician in the world, may yet have but a very obscure perception of their agreement, and so have but a very obscure knowledge of it. But ideas which by reason of their obscurity or otherwise are confused cannot produce any clear or distinct knowledge, because as far as any ideas are confused, so far the mind cannot perceive clearly whether they agree or disagree, or to express the same thing in a way less apt to be understood. He that hath not determined ideas to the words he uses cannot make propositions of them, of whose truth he can be certain. Chapter 3. of the extent of human knowledge. Knowledge, as has been said, lying in the perception of the agreement or disagreement of any of our ideas, it follows from hence that first, we can have knowledge no further than we have ideas. Secondly, that we can have no knowledge further than we can have perception of that agreement or disagreement, which perception being one either by intuition or the immediate comparing any two ideas, or two by reason examining the agreement or disagreement of two ideas by the intervention of some others, or three by sensation perceiving the existence of particular things. Hence it also follows, thirdly, that we cannot have an intuitive knowledge that shall extend itself to all our ideas and all that we would know about them, because we cannot examine and perceive all the relations they have one to another by juxtaposition or an immediate comparison one with another. Thus, having the ideas of an obtuse and an acute angled triangle both drawn from equal bases and between parallels, I can, by intuitive knowledge, perceive the one not to be the other, but cannot that way know whether they be equal or no, because their agreement or disagreement in equality can never be perceived by an immediate comparing them. The difference of figure makes their parts incapable of an exact immediate application, and therefore there is need of some intervening qualities to measure them by, which is demonstration or rational knowledge. Fourthly, it follows also from what is above observed that our rational knowledge cannot reach to the whole extent of our ideas, because between two different ideas we would examine, we cannot always find such mediums as we can connect one to another with an intuitive knowledge in all the parts of the deduction, and wherever that fails, we come short of knowledge and demonstration. Fifthly, sensitive knowledge reaching no further than the existence of things actually present to our senses is yet much narrower than either of the former. From all which it is evident that the extent of our knowledge comes not only short of the reality of things, but even of the extent of our own ideas. Though our knowledge be limited to our ideas and cannot exceed them either in extent or perfection, and though these be very narrow bounds in respect of the extent of all being, and far short of what we may justly imagine to be in some even created understandings, not tied down to the dull and narrow information that is to be received from some few and not very acute ways of perception, such as are our senses, yet it would be well with us if our knowledge were but as large as our ideas, and there were not many doubts and inquiries concerning the ideas we have, whereof we are not, nor I believe ever shall be in this world resolved. Nevertheless, I do not question but that human knowledge, under the present circumstances of our beings and constitutions, may be carried much further than it has hitherto been, if men would sincerely and with freedom of mind employ all that industry and labor of thought in improving the means of discovering truth, which they do for the coloring or support of falsehood, to maintain a system, interest, or party they are once engaged in. But yet, after all, I think I may, without injury to human perfection, be confident that our knowledge would never reach to all we might desire to know concerning those ideas we have, nor be able to surmount all the difficulties and resolve all the questions that might arise concerning any of them. We have the ideas of a square, a circle, and equality, and yet perhaps shall never be able to find a circle equal to a square, and certainly know that it is so. We have the ideas of matter and thinking, but possibly shall never be able to know whether any mere material being thinks or no, it being impossible for us by the contemplation of our own ideas without revelation to discover whether omnipotency has not given to some systems of matter, fitly disposed, a power to perceive and think, or else joined and fixed to matter, so disposed, a thinking immaterial substance, it being, in respect of our notions, not much more remote from our comprehension to conceive that God can, if he pleases, superadd to matter a faculty of thinking. than that he should superadd to it another substance with the faculty of thinking, since we know not wherein thinking consists, nor to what sort of substances the Almighty has been pleased to give that power, which cannot be in any created being, but merely by the good pleasure and bounty of the Creator. For I see no contradiction in it, that the first eternal thinking being should, if he pleased, give to certain systems of created senseless matter, put together as he thinks fit, some degrees of sense, perception, and thought, though, as I think I have proved, Book 4, Chapter 10, 14, etc., it is no less than a contradiction to suppose matter, which is evidently in its own nature void of sense and thought, should be that eternal first thinking being. What certainty of knowledge can anyone have that some perceptions, such as e.g. pleasure and pain, should not be in some bodies themselves after a certain manner modified and moved, as well as that they should be in an immaterial substance upon the motion of the parts of body, as far as we can conceive, being able only to strike and affect body and motion according to the utmost reach of our ideas, being able to produce nothing but motion, so that when we allow it to produce pleasure or pain, or the idea of a color or sound, we are fain to quit our reason, go beyond our ideas, and attribute it wholly to the good pleasure of our Maker. For since we must allow he has annexed effects to motion, which we can no way conceive motion able to produce, what reason have we to conclude that we could not order them as well to be produced in a subject we cannot conceive capable of them, as well as in a subject we cannot conceive the motion of matter can anyway operate upon? I say not this, that I would anyway lessen the belief of the soul's immateriality. I am not here speaking of probability, but knowledge, and I think not only that it becomes the modesty of philosophy not to pronounce magisterially where we want that evidence that can produce knowledge, but also that it is of use to us to discern how far our knowledge does reach. For the state we are at present in not being that of vision, we must in many things content ourselves with faith and probability, and in the present question about the immateriality of the soul, if our faculties cannot arrive at demonstrative certainty, we need not think it strange. All the great ends of morality and religion are well enough secured without philosophical proofs of the soul's immateriality, since it is evident that he who made us at the beginning to subsist here, sensible, intelligent beings, and for several years continued us in such a state, can and will restore us to the like state of sensibility in another world, and make us capable there to receive the retribution he has designed to men according to their doings in this life. And therefore it is not of such mighty necessity to determine one way or the other, as some, overzealous for or against the immateriality of the soul, have been forward to make the world believe, who, either on the one side indulging too much their thoughts immersed altogether in matter, can allow no existence to what is not material, or who, on the other side, finding not cogitation within the natural powers of matter, examined over and over again by the utmost intention of mind, have the confidence to conclude that omnipotency itself cannot give perception and thought to a substance which has the modification of solidity. He that considers how hardly sensation is, in our thoughts, reconcilable to extended matter or existence to anything that has no extension at all, will confess that he is very far from certainly knowing what his soul is. It is a point which seems to me to be put out of the reach of our knowledge, and he who will give himself leave to consider freely and look into the dark and intricate part of each hypothesis will scarce find his reason able to determine him fixedly for or against the soul's materiality, since on which side soever he views it, either as an extended substance or as a thinking extended matter, the difficulty to conceive either will, whilst either alone is in his thoughts, still drive him to the contrary side. An unfair way which some men take with themselves, who, because of the inconceivableness of something they find in one throw themselves violently into the contrary hypothesis, though altogether as unintelligible to an unbiased understanding. This serves not only to show the weakness and the scantiness of our knowledge, but the insignificant triumph of such sort of arguments, which, drawn from our own views, may satisfy us that we can find no certainty on one side of the question, but do not at all thereby help us to truth by running into the opposite opinion, which on examination will be found clogged with equal difficulties. For what safety, what advantage to anyone is it for the avoiding the seeming absurdities, and to him unsurmountable rubs he meets within one opinion to take refuge in the contrary, which is built on something altogether as inexplicable and as far remote from his comprehension. It is past controversy that we have in us something that thinks. Our very doubts about what it is confirm the certainty of its being, though we must content ourselves in the ignorance of what kind of being it is. And it is in vain to go about to be skeptical in this, as it is unreasonable in most other cases to be positive against the being of anything, because we cannot comprehend its nature. For I would fain know what substance exists that has not something in it which manifestly baffles our understandings. Other spirits who see and know the nature and inward constitution of things, how much must they exceed us in knowledge, to which if we add a larger comprehension, which enables them at one glance to see the connection and agreement of very many ideas, and readily supplies to them the immediate proofs, which we, by single and slow steps and long poring in the dark, hardly at last find out, and are often ready to forget one before we have hunted out another, we may guess at some part of the happiness of superior ranks of spirits who have a quicker and more penetrating sight, as well as a larger field of knowledge. But to return to the argument in hand, our knowledge, I say, is not only limited to the paucity and imperfections of the ideas we have and which we employ it about, but even comes short of that too. But how far it reaches, let us now inquire. The affirmations or negations we make concerning the ideas we have may, as I have before intimated in general, be reduced to these four sorts, viz. Identity, coexistence, relation, and real existence. I shall examine how far our knowledge extends in each of these. First, as to identity and diversity. In this way of agreement or disagreement of our ideas, our intuitive knowledge is as far extended as our ideas themselves, and there can be no idea in the mind which does not presently, by an intuitive knowledge, perceive to be what it is and to be different from any other. Secondly, as to the second sort, which is the agreement or disagreement of our ideas in coexistence, in this our knowledge is very short, though in this consists the greatest and most material part of our knowledge concerning substances. For our ideas of the species of substances being, as I have showed, nothing but certain collections of simple ideas united in one subject, and so coexisting together, v.g. our idea of flame is a body hot, luminous, and moving upward; of gold, a body heavy to a certain degree, yellow, malleable, and fusible. For these, or some such complex ideas as these in men's minds, do these two names of the different substances, flame and gold, stand for. When we would know anything further concerning these or any other sort of substances, what do we inquire but what other qualities or powers these substances have or have not, which is nothing else but to know that what other simple ideas do or do not coexist with those that make up that complex idea. This, how weighty and considerable a part soever of human science, is yet very narrow, and scarce any at all. The reason whereof is, that the simple ideas whereof our complex ideas of substances are made up are, for the most part, such as carry within them in their own nature no visible necessary connection or inconsistency with any other simple ideas, whose coexistence with them we would inform ourselves about. The ideas that are complex ones of substances are made up of and about which our knowledge concerning substances is most employed are those of their secondary qualities, which, depending all, as has been shown, upon the primary qualities of their minute and insensible parts, or if not upon them, upon something yet more remote from our comprehension, it is impossible we should know which have a necessary union or inconsistency one with another. For, not knowing the root they spring from, not knowing what size, figure, and texture of parts they are, on which depend and from which result those qualities which make our complex idea of gold, it is impossible we should know what other qualities result from or are incompatible with the same constitution of the insensible parts of gold, and so consequently must always coexist with that complex idea we have of it, or else are inconsistent with it. Besides this ignorance of the primary qualities of the insensible parts of bodies, on which depend all their secondary qualities, there is yet another and more incurable part of ignorance, which sets us more remote from a certain knowledge of the coexistence or incoexistence, if I may so say, of different ideas in the same subject, and that is that there is no discoverable connection between any secondary quality and those primary qualities which it depends on. That the size, figure, and motion of one body should cause a change in the size, figure, and motion of another body is not beyond our conception. The separation of the parts of one body upon the intrusion of another, and the change from rest to motion upon impulse, these and the like seem to have some connection one with another, and if we knew these primary qualities of bodies, we might have reason to hope we might be able to know a great deal more of these operations of them one upon another. But our minds not being able to discover any connection betwixt these primary qualities of bodies and the sensations that are produced in us by them, we can never be able to establish certain and undoubted rules of the consequence or coexistence of any secondary qualities, though we could discover the size, figure, or motion of those invisible parts which immediately produce them. We are so far from knowing what figure, size, or motion of parts produce a yellow color, a sweet taste, or a sharp sound, that we can by no means conceive how any size, figure, or motion of any particles can possibly produce in us the idea of any color, taste, or sound whatsoever. There is no conceivable connection between the one and the other. In vain, therefore, shall we endeavor to discover by our ideas the only true way of certain and universal knowledge, what other ideas are to be found constantly joined with that of our complex idea of any substance, since we neither know the real constitution of the minute parts on which their qualities do depend, nor, did we know them, could we discover any necessary connection between them and any of the secondary qualities, which is necessary to be done before we can certainly know their necessary coexistence. So that, let our complex idea of any species of substances be what it will, we can hardly, from the simple ideas contained in it, certainly determine the necessary coexistence of any other quality whatsoever. Our knowledge in all these inquiries reaches very little further than our experience. Indeed, some few of the primary qualities have a necessary dependence and visible connection one with another, as figure necessarily supposes extension, receiving or communicating motion by impulse supposes solidity. But though these and perhaps some others of our ideas have, yet there are so few of them that have a visible connection one with another, that we can by intuition or demonstration discover the coexistence of very few of the qualities that are to be found united in substances, and we are left only to the assistance of our senses to make known to us what qualities they contain. For of all the qualities that are coexistent in any subject, without this dependence and evident connection of their ideas one with another, we cannot know certainly any two to coexist. any further than experience by our senses informs us. Thus, though we see the yellow color and upon trial find the weight, malleableness, fusibility, and fixedness that are united in a piece of gold, yet because no one of these ideas has any evident dependence or necessary connection with the other, we cannot certainly know that where any four of these are, the fifth will be there also, how highly probable soever it may be, because the highest probability amounts not to certainty, without which there can be no true knowledge, for this coexistence can be no further known than it is perceived, and it cannot be perceived but either in particular subjects by the observation of our senses, or in general by the necessary connection of the ideas themselves. As to the incompatibility or repugnancy to coexistence, we may know that any subject may have of each sort of primary qualities but one particular at once, v.g. each particular extension, figure, number of parts, motion, excludes all other of each kind. The like also is certain of all sensible ideas peculiar to each sense, for whatever of each kind is present in any subject excludes all other of that sort, v.g. no one subject can have two smells or two colors at the same time. To this perhaps will be said, has not an opal, or the infusion of lignum nephriticum, two colors at the same time? To which I answer that these bodies, to eyes differently placed, may at the same time afford different colors. But I take liberty also to say, to eyes differently placed, it is different parts of the object that reflect the particles of light, and therefore it is not the same part of the object, and so not the very same subject, which at the same time appears both yellow and azure. For it is as impossible that the very same particle of any body should at the same time differently modify or reflect the rays of light, as that it should have two different figures and textures at the same time. But as to the powers of substances to change the sensible qualities of other bodies, which make a great part of our inquiries about them, and is no inconsiderable branch of our knowledge, I doubt as to these whether our knowledge reaches much further than our experience, or whether we can come to the discovery of most of these powers and be certain that they are in any subject by the connection with any of those ideas which to us make its essence. Because the active and passive powers of bodies and their ways of operating, consisting in a texture and motion of parts, which we cannot by any means come to discover, it is but in very few cases we can be able to perceive their dependence on or repugnance to any of those ideas which make our complex one of that sort of things. I have here instanced in the corpuscularian hypothesis as that which is thought to go furthest in an intelligible explication of those qualities of bodies, and I fear the weakness of human understanding is scarce able to substitute another which will afford us a fuller and clearer discovery of the necessary connection and coexistence of the powers which are to be observed united in several sorts of them. This at least is certain, that whichever hypothesis be clearest and truest, for of that it is not my business to determine, our knowledge concerning corporeal substances will be very little advanced by any of them, till we are made to see what qualities and powers of bodies have a necessary connection or repugnancy one with another, which in the present state of philosophy I think we know but to a very small degree, and I doubt whether with those faculties we have we shall ever be able to carry our general knowledge, I say not particular experience, in this part much further. Experience is that which in this part we must depend on, and it were to be wished that it were more improved. We find the advantages of some men's generous pains have this way brought to the stock of natural knowledge, and if others, especially the philosophers by fire, who pretend to it, had been so varied in their observations and sincere in their reports as those who called themselves philosophers ought to have been, our acquaintance with the bodies here about us and our insight into their powers and operations had been yet much greater. If we are at a loss in respect of the powers and operations of bodies, I think it is easy to conclude we are much more in the dark in reference to spirits. Therefore, we naturally have no ideas but what we draw from that of our own by reflecting on the operations of our own souls within us, as far as they can come within our observation. But how inconsiderable a rank the spirits that inhabit our bodies hold amongst those various and possibly innumerable kinds of nobler beings, and how far short they come of the endowments and perfections of cherubim and seraphim and infinite sorts of spirits above us, is what by a transient hint in another place I have offered to my reader's consideration. As to the third sort of our knowledge, which the agreement or disagreement of any of our ideas in any other relation, this, as it is the largest field of our knowledge, so it is hard to determine how far it may extend, because the advances that are made in this part of knowledge, depending on our sagacity in finding intermediate ideas that may show the relations and habitudes of ideas whose coexistence is not considered, it is a hard matter to tell when we are at an end of such discoveries, and when reason has all the helps it is capable of for the finding of proofs or examining the agreement or disagreement of remote ideas. They that are ignorant of algebra cannot imagine the wonders in this kind are to be done by it, and what further improvements and helps advantages to other parts of knowledge the sagacious mind of man may yet find out, it is not easy to determine. This at least I believe, that the ideas of quality are not those alone that are capable of demonstration and knowledge, and that other and perhaps more useful parts of contemplation would afford us certainty if vices, passions, and domineering interest did not oppose or menace such endeavors. The idea of a supreme being, infinite in power, goodness, and wisdom, whose workmanship we are, and on whom we depend, and the idea of ourselves as understanding rational beings such as are clear in us, would, I suppose, if duly considered and pursued, afford such foundations of our duty and rules of action as might place morality amongst the sciences capable of demonstration, wherein I doubt not but from self-evident propositions by necessary consequences, as incontestable as those in mathematics, the measures of right and wrong might be made out to anyone that will apply himself with the same indifference and attention to the one as he does to the other of these sciences. The relation of other modes may certainly be perceived, as well as those of number and extension, and I cannot see why they should not also be capable of demonstration if due methods were thought on to examine or pursue their agreement or disagreement. Where there is no property, there is no injustice is a proposition as certain as any demonstration of Euclid, for the idea of property being a right to anything, and the idea to which the name injustice is given being the invasion or violation of that right, it is evident that these ideas being thus established and these names annexed to them, I can as certainly know this proposition to be true as that a triangle has 3 angles equal to two right ones. Again, no government allows absolute liberty, the idea of government being the establishment of society upon certain rules or laws which require conformity to them, and the idea of absolute liberty being for anyone to do whatever he pleases. I am as capable of being certain of the truth of this proposition as of any in the mathematics. That which in this respect has given the advantage to the ideas of quantity and made them thought more capable of certainty and demonstration is, first, that they can be set down and represented by sensible marks which have a greater and nearer correspondence with them than any words or sounds whatsoever. Diagrams drawn on paper are copies of the ideas in the mind and not liable to the uncertainty that words carry in their signification. An angle, circle, or square drawn in lines lies open to the view and cannot be mistaken. It remains unchangeable and may at leisure be considered and examined, and the demonstration be revised, and all the parts of it may be gone over more than once without any danger of the least change in the ideas. This cannot be thus done in moral ideas. We have no sensible marks that resemble them, whereby we can set them down. We have nothing but words to express them by, which, though when written they remain the same, yet the ideas they stand for may change in the same man, and it is very seldom that they are not different in different persons. Secondly, another thing that makes the greater difficulty in ethics is that moral ideas are commonly more complex than those of the figures ordinarily considered in mathematics, from whence these two inconveniences follow. First, that their names are of more uncertain signification, the precise collection of simple ideas they stand for not being so easily agreed on, and so the sign that is used for them in communication always and in thinking often does not steadily carry with it the same idea, upon which the same disorder, confusion, and error follow, as would if a man going to demonstrate something of an heptagon should, in the diagram he took to do it, leave out one of the angles, or by oversight make the figure with one angle more than the name ordinarily imported, or he intended it should when at first he thought of his demonstration. This often happens and is hardly avoidable in very complex moral ideas where the same name being retained, one angle, i.e. one simple idea, is left out or put in the complex one, still called by the same name more at one time than another. Secondly, from the complexedness of these moral ideas there follows another inconvenience, which that the mind cannot easily retain those precise combinations so exactly and perfectly as is necessary in the examination of the habitudes and correspondences, agreements or disagreements of several of them one with another, especially where it is to be judged of by long deductions and the intervention of several other complex ideas to show the agreement or disagreement of two remote ones. The great help against this which mathematicians find in diagrams and figures which remain an old trouble in their drafts is very apparent, and the memory would often have great difficulty otherwise to retain them so exactly, whilst the mind went over the parts of them step by step to examine their several correspondences. And though in casting up a long sum, either in addition, multiplication, or division, every part be only a progression of the mind taking a view of its own ideas and considering their agreement or disagreement, the resolution of the question be nothing but the result of the whole made up of such particulars whereof the mind has a clear perception, yet without setting down the several parts by marks of those precise signification are known, and by marks that last and remain in view when the memory had left them go, it would be almost impossible to carry so many different ideas in the mind without confounding or letting slip some part of the reckoning, and thereby making all our reasonings about it useless, in which case the ciphers or marks help not the mind at all to perceive the agreement of any two or more numbers, their equalities or propositions that the mind has only by intuition of its own ideas of the numbers themselves. But the numerical characters are helps to the memory to record and retain the several ideas about which the demonstration is made, whereby a man may know how far his intuitive knowledge in surveying several of the particulars has proceeded, that so he may without confusion go on to what is yet unknown, and at last have in one view before him the result of all his perceptions and reasonings. One part of these disadvantages in moral ideas, which has made them be thought not capable of demonstration, may in good measure be remedied by definitions setting down that collection of simple ideas which every term shall stand for, and then using the terms steadily and constantly for that precise collection. And what methods algebra or something of that kind may hereafter suggest to remove the other difficulties, it is not easy to foretell. Confident I am that if men would in the same method and with the same indifferency search after moral as they do mathematical truths, they would find them to have a stronger connection one with another, and a more necessary consequence from our clear and distinct ideas, and to come near a perfect demonstration that is commonly imagined. But much of this is not to be expected whilst the desire of esteem, riches, or power makes men espouse the well-endowed opinions in fashion, and then seek arguments either to make good their beauty or varnish over and cover their deformity. Nothing being so beautiful to the eye as truth is to the mind, nothing so deformed and irreconcilable to the understanding as a lie. For though many a man can with satisfaction enough own a not very handsome wife in his bosom, yet who is bold enough openly to avow that he has espoused a falsehood and received into his breast so ugly a thing as a lie, whilst the parties of men cram their tenets down all men's throats whom they can get into their power without permitting them to examine their truth or falsehood, and will not let truth have fair play in the world, no men the liberty to search after it. What improvements can be expected of this kind? What greater light can be hoped for in the moral sciences? The subject part of mankind in most places might, instead thereof, with Egyptian bondage, expect Egyptian darkness. Were not the candle of the Lord set up by himself in men's minds, which it is impossible for the breath or power of man wholly to extinguish? As to the fourth sort of our knowledge, which of the real actual existence of things, we have an intuitive knowledge of our own existence and a demonstrative knowledge of the existence of a God, of the existence of anything else. We have no other but a sensitive knowledge which extends not beyond the objects present to our senses. Our knowledge being so narrow as I have shown, it will perhaps give us some light into the present state of our minds if we look a little into the dark side and take a view of our ignorance, which, being infinitely larger than our knowledge, may serve much to the quieting of disputes and improvement of useful knowledge if, discovering how far we have clear and distinct ideas, we confine our thoughts within the contemplation of those things that are within the reach of our understandings, and launch not out into that abyss of darkness where we have not eyes to see nor faculties to perceive anything, out of a presumption that nothing is beyond our comprehension. But to be satisfied of the folly of such a conceit, we need not go far. He that knows anything knows this, in the first place, that he need not seek long for instances of his ignorance. The meanest and most obvious things that come in our way have dark sides that the quickest sight cannot penetrate into. The clearest and most enlarged understandings of thinking men find themselves puzzled and at a loss in every particle of matter. We shall the less wonder to find it so when we consider the causes of our ignorance, which, from what has been said, I suppose will be found to be these three. First, want of ideas. Secondly, want of a discoverable connection between the ideas we have. Thirdly, want of tracing and examining our ideas. First, there are some things, and those not a few, that we are ignorant of for want of ideas. First, all the simple ideas we have are confined, as I have shown, to those we receive from corporeal objects by sensation and from the operations of our own minds as the object of reflection. But how much these few and narrow inlets are disproportionate to the vast whole extent of all beings! will not be hard to persuade those who are not so foolish as to think they span the measure of all things. What other simple ideas it is possible the creatures in other parts of the universe may have, by the assistance of senses and faculties more or perfect than we have, or different from ours, it is not for us to determine. But to say or think there are no such because we conceive nothing of them is no better an argument than if a blind man should be positive in that there was no such thing as sight and colours because he had no manner of idea of any such thing, nor could be any means frame to himself any notions about seeing. The ignorance and darkness that is in us no more hinders nor confines the knowledge that is in others than the blindness of a mole in an argument against the quick-sightedness of an eagle. He that will consider the infinite power, wisdom, and goodness of the Creator of all things will find reason to think it was not all laid out upon so inconsiderable, mean, and impotent a creature as he will find man to be, who in all probability is one of the lowest of all intellectual beings. What faculties, therefore, other species of creatures have to penetrate into the nature and inmost constitutions of things? What ideas they may receive of them far different from ours, we know not. This we know and certainly find that we want several other views of them besides those we have, to make discoveries of them more perfect. And we may be convinced that the ideas we can attain to by our faculties are very disproportionate to things themselves, when a positive, clear, distinct one of substance itself, which is the foundation of all the rest, is concealed from us. But want of ideas of this kind, being a part as well as cause of our ignorance, cannot be described. Only this I think I may confidently say of it, that the intellectual and sensible world are in this perfectly alike, that part which we see of either of them holds no proportion with what we see not, and whatsoever we can reach with our eyes or our thoughts of either of them is but a point, almost nothing, in comparison of the rest. Secondly, another great cause of ignorance is the want of ideas we are capable of, as the want of ideas which our faculties are not able to give us shuts us wholly from those views of things which it is reasonable to think other beings perfecter than we have, of which we know nothing. So the want of ideas I now speak of keeps us in ignorance of things we conceive capable of being known to us. Bulk, figure, and motion we have ideas of, but though we are not without ideas of these primary qualities of bodies in general, yet not knowing what is the particular bulk, figure, and motion of the greatest part of the bodies of the universe, we are ignorant of the several powers, efficacies, and ways of operation whereby the effects which we daily see are produced. These are hid from us in some things by being too remote, and in others by being too minute. When we consider the vast distance of the known and visible parts of the world, and the reasons we have to think that what lies within our ken is but a small part of the universe, we shall then discover a huge abyss of ignorance. What are the particular fabrics of the great masses of matter which make up the whole stupendous frame of corporeal beings? How far they are extended, what is their motion, and how continued or communicated, and what influence they have one upon another, are contemplations that at first glimpse our thoughts lose themselves in. If we narrow our contemplations and confine our thoughts to this little canton, I mean this system of our sun and the grosser masses of matter that visibly move about it, what several sorts of vegetables, animals, and intellectual corporeal beings, infinitely different from those of our little spot of earth, may there probably be in the other planets, to the knowledge of which, even of their outward figures and parts, we can no way attain whilst we are confined to this earth, there being no natural means, either by sensation or reflection, to convey their certain ideas into our minds. They are out of the reach of those inlets of all our knowledge, and what sorts of furniture and inhabitants those mansions contain in them, we cannot so much as guess, much less have clear and distinct ideas of them. If a great nigh, for the greatest part of the several ranks of bodies in the universe escape our notice by their remoteness, there are others that are no less concealed from us by their minuteness, these insensible corpuscles being the active parts of matter and the great instruments of nature on which depend not only all their secondary qualities but also most of their natural operations. Our want of precise distinct ideas of their primary qualities keeps us in an incurable ignorance of what we desire to know about them. I doubt not, but if we could discover the figure, size, texture, and motion of the minute constituent parts of any two bodies, we should know without trial several of their operations one upon another, as we do now the properties of a square or a triangle. Did we know the mechanical affections of the particles of rhubarb, hemlock, opium, and a man, as a watchmaker does those of a watch whereby it performs its operations, and of a file which by rubbing on them will alter the figure of any of the wheels, we should be able to tell beforehand that rhubarb will purge, hemlock kill, and opium make a man sleep, as well as a watchmaker can that a little piece of paper laid on the balance will keep the watch from going till it be removed, or that some small part of it being rubbed by a file, the machine would quite lose its motion and the watch go no more. The dissolving of silver in aqua fortis and gold in aqua regia, and not vice versa, would be then perhaps no more difficult to know than it is to smith to understand why the turning of one key will open a lock, not the turning of another. But whilst we are destitute of senses acute enough to discover the minute particles of bodies and to give us ideas of their mechanical affections, we must be content to be ignorant of their properties and ways of operation, nor can we be assured about them any further than some few trials we make are able to reach, but whether they will succeed again another time we cannot be certain. This hinders our certain knowledge of universal truths concerning natural bodies, and our reason carries us herein very little beyond particular matter of fact. And therefore I am apt to doubt that, how far soever human industry may advance, useful and experimental philosophy in physical things, scientifical will still be out of our reach, because we want perfect and adequate ideas of the very bodies which are nearest to us and most under our command, those which we have ranked into classes under names and we think ourselves best acquainted with. We have but very imperfect and incomplete ideas of, distinct ideas of the several sorts of bodies that fall under the examination of our senses. Perhaps we may have, but adequate ideas I suspect we have not of any one amongst them, and though the former of these will serve us for common use and discourse, yet whilst we want the latter, we are not capable of scientific knowledge, nor shall ever be able to discover general, instructive, unquestionable truths concerning them. Certainty and demonstration are things we must not in these matters pretend to by the color, figure, taste, and smell, and other sensible qualities. We have as clear and distinct ideas of sage and hemlock as we have of a circle and a triangle, but having no ideas of the particular primary qualities of the minute parts of either of these plants, nor of other bodies which we would apply them to, we cannot tell what effects they will produce, nor when we see those effects can we so much as guess, much less know their manner of production. Thus, having no ideas of the particular mechanical affections of the minute parts of bodies that are within our view and reach, we are ignorant of their constitutions, powers, and operations, and of bodies more remote we are yet more ignorant, not knowing so much as their very outward shapes or the sensible and grosser parts of their constitutions. This at first will show us how disproportionate our knowledge is to the whole extent even of material beings, to which if we add the consideration of that infinite number of spirits that may be and probably are, which are yet more remote from our knowledge, whereof we have no cognizance, nor can frame to ourselves any distinct ideas of their several ranks and sorts, we shall find this course of ignorance concealed from us in an impenetrable obscurity almost the whole intellectual world, a greater certainly and more beautiful world than the material. For, bating some bating some very few, and those, if I may so call them, superficial ideas of spirit, which by reflection we get of our own, and from thence the best we can collect of the Father of all spirits, the eternal independent author of them and us and all things. We have no certain information so much as of the existence of other spirits, but by revelation, angels of all sorts are naturally beyond our discovery, and all those intelligences whereof it is likely there are more orders than of corporeal substances are things whereof our natural faculties give us no certain account at all, that there are minds and thinking beings in other men as well as himself. Every man has a reason for their words and actions to be satisfied, and the knowledge of his own mind cannot suffer a man that considers to be ignorant that there is a God, but that there are degrees of spiritual beings between us and the great God, who is there that by his own search and ability can come to know. Much less have we distinct ideas of their different natures, conditions, states, powers, and several constitutions, wherein they agree or differ from one another and from us, and therefore in what concerns their different species and properties we are in absolute ignorance. Secondly, what a small part of the substantial beings that are in the universe the want of ideas leaves open to our knowledge we have seen. In the next place, another cause of ignorance of no less moment is a want of a discoverable connection between those ideas we have. For whatever we want that, we are utterly incapable of universal and certain knowledge, and are, in the former case, left only to observation and experiment, which, how narrow and confined it is, how far from general knowledge, we need not be told. I shall give some few instances of this cause of our ignorance, and so leave it. It is evident that the bulk, figure, and motion of several bodies about us produce in us several sensations, as of colours, sounds, tastes, smells, pleasure, and pain, etc. These mechanical affections of bodies having no affinity at all with those ideas they produce in us, there being no conceivable connection between any impulse of any sort of body and any perception of a colour or smell which we find in our minds, we can have no distinct knowledge of such operations beyond our experience, and can reason no otherwise about them than as effects produced by the appointment of an infinitely wise agent, which perfectly surpass our comprehensions, as the ideas of sensible secondary qualities which we have in our minds can by us be no way deduced from bodily causes, nor any correspondence or connection be found between them and those primary qualities which experience shows us produced them in us. So on the other side, the operation of our minds upon our bodies is as inconceivable. How any thought should produce a motion in body is as remote from the nature of our ideas as how any body should produce any thought in the mind. That it is so, if experience did not convince us, the consideration of the things themselves would never be able in the least to discover to us these and the like, though they have a constant and regular connection in the ordinary course of things, yet that connection being not discoverable in the ideas themselves, which appearing to have no necessary dependence one on another, we can attribute their connection to nothing else but the arbitrary determination of that all-wise agent who has made them to be and to operate as they do, in a way wholly above our weak understandings to conceive. In some of our ideas there are certain relations, habitudes, and connections so visibly included in the nature of the ideas themselves that we cannot conceive them separable from them by any power whatsoever, and in these only we are capable of certain and universal knowledge. Thus the idea of a right-lined triangle necessarily carries with it an equality of its angles to two right ones. Nor can we conceive this relation, this connection of these two ideas to be possibly mutable, or to depend on any arbitrary power which of choice made it thus, or could make it otherwise, but the coherence and continuity of the parts of matter, the production of sensation in us of colours and sounds, etc., by impulse and motion, nigh the original rules and communication of motion, being such wherein we can discover no natural connection with any ideas we have, we cannot but ascribe them to the arbitrary will and good pleasure of the wise architect. I need not, I think, here mention the resurrection of the dead, the future state of this globe of earth, and such other things which are by everyone acknowledged to depend wholly on the determination of a free agent. The things that, as far as our observation reaches, we constantly find to proceed regularly, we may conclude do act by a law set them, but yet by a law that we know not, whereby though causes work steadily and effects constantly flow from them, yet their connections and dependencies being not discoverable in our ideas, we can have but an experimental knowledge of them, from all which it is easy to perceive what a darkness we are involved in, how little it is of being, and the things that we are capable to know. And therefore we shall do no injury to our knowledge when we modestly think with ourselves that we are so far from being able to comprehend the whole nature of the universe and all the things contained in it, that we are not capable of a philosophical knowledge of the bodies that are about us and make a part of us. Concerning their secondary qualities, powers, and operations, we can have no universal certainty. Several effects come every day within the notice of our senses, of which we have so far sensitive knowledge, but the causes, manner, and certainty of their production, for the two foregoing reasons, we must be content to be very ignorant of. In these we can go no further than particular experience informs us of matter of fact, and by analogy to guess what effects the like bodies are upon other trials like to produce. But as to a perfect science of natural bodies, not to mention spiritual beings, we are, I think, so far from being capable of any such thing that I conclude it lost labor to seek after it. Thirdly, where we have adequate ideas and where there is a certain and discoverable connection between them, yet we are often ignorant for want of tracing those ideas which we have or may have, and for want of finding out those intermediate ideas which may show us what habitude of agreement or disagreement they have one with another. And thus many are ignorant of mathematical truths, not out of any imperfection of their faculties or uncertainty in the things themselves, but for want of application in acquiring, examining, and by due ways comparing those ideas. That which has most contributed to hinder the due tracing of our ideas and finding out their relations and agreements or disagreements one with another has been, I suppose, the ill use of words. It is impossible that men should ever truly seek or certainly discover the agreement or disagreement of ideas themselves, whilst their thoughts flutter about or stick only in the sounds of doubtful and uncertain significations. Mathematicians, abstracting their thoughts from names and accustoming themselves to set before their minds the ideas themselves that they would consider, and not sounds instead of them, have avoided thereby a great part of that perplexity, puzzling, and confusion which has so much hindered men's progress in other parts of knowledge. For whilst they stick in words of undetermined and uncertain signification, they are unable to distinguish true from false, certain from probable, consistent from inconsistent in their own opinions. This having been the fate or misfortune of a great part of men of letters, the increase brought into the stock of real knowledge has been very little in proportion to the schools, disputes, and writings the world has been filled with, whilst students, being lost in the great wood of words, knew not whereabouts they were, how far their discoveries were advanced, or what was wanting in their own or the general stock of knowledge. Had men in the discoveries of the material done as they have in those of the intellectual world, involved all in the obscurity of uncertain and doubtful ways of talking, volumes writ of navigation and voyages, theories and stories of zones and tides multiplied and disputed, nigh ships built and fleets sent out, would never have taught us the way beyond the line, and the antipodes would be still as much unknown as when it was declared heresy to hold there were any. But having spoken sufficiently of words and the ill or careless use that is commonly made of them, I shall not say anything more of it here. Hitherto we have examined the extent of our knowledge in respect of the several sorts of beings that are. There is another extent of it in respect of universality which will also deserve to be considered, and in this regard our knowledge follows the nature of our ideas. If the ideas are abstract, whose agreement or disagreement we perceive, our knowledge is universal. For what is known of such general ideas will be true of every particular thing in whom that essence, i.e., that abstract idea, is to be found. And what is once known of such ideas will be perpetually and forever true, so that as to all general knowledge we must search and find it only in our minds, and it is only the examining of our own ideas that furnisheth us with that. Truths belonging to essences of things, that is, to abstract ideas, are eternal, and are to be found out by the contemplation only of those essences, as the existence of things is to be known only from experience. But having more to say of this in the chapters where I shall speak of general and real knowledge, this may here suffice as to the universality of our knowledge in general. Chapter 4 of the Reality of Knowledge. I doubt not but my reader by this time may be apt to think that I have been all this while only building a castle in the air, and be ready to say to me, "To what purpose all this stir? Knowledge, say you, is only the perception of the agreement or disagreement of our own ideas. But who knows what those ideas may be? Is there anything so extravagant as the imaginations of men's brains? Where is the head that has no chimeras in it? Or if there be a sober and a wise man, what difference will there be, by your rules, between his knowledge and that of the most extravagant fancy in the world? They both have their ideas and perceive their agreement and disagreement one with another. If there be any difference between them, the advantage will be on the warm-headed man's side, as having the more ideas and the more lively, and so by your rules he will be the more knowing. If it be true that all knowledge lies only in the perception of the agreement or disagreement of our own ideas, the visions of an enthusiast and the reasonings of a sober man will be equally certain. It is no matter how things are, so a man observe but the agreement of his own imaginations, and talk confirmably. It is all truth, all certainty. Such castles in the air will be as strongholds of truths as the demonstrations of Euclid. That an harpy is not a centaur is by this way as certain knowledge, and as much a truth as that a square is not a circle. But of what use is all this fine knowledge of men's own imaginations to a man that inquires after the reality of things? It matters not what men's fancies are, it is the knowledge of things that is only to be prized. It is this alone gives a value to our reasonings, and preference to one man's knowledge over another's, that it is of things as they really are, and not of dreams and fancies. To which I answer that if our knowledge of our ideas terminate in them, and reach no further where there is something further intended, our most serious thoughts will be of little more use than the reveries of a crazy brain, and the truths built thereon of no more weight than the discourses of a man who sees things clearly in a dream, and with great assurance utters them. But I hope before I have done to make it evident that this way of certainty by the knowledge of our own ideas goes a little further than bare imagination, and I believe it will appear that all the certainty of general truths a man has lies in nothing else. It is evident the mind knows not things immediately, but only by the intervention of the ideas it has of them. Our knowledge, therefore, is real only so far as there is a conformity between our ideas and the reality of things. But what shall be here the criterion? How shall the mind, when it perceives nothing but its own ideas, know that they agree with things themselves? This, though it seems not to want difficulty, yet I think there be two sorts of ideas that we may be assured agree with things. The first are simple ideas, which, since the mind, as has been shown, can by no means make to itself, must necessarily be the product of things operating on the mind in a natural way, and producing therein those perceptions which, by the wisdom and will of our Maker, they are ordained and adapted to. From whence it follows that simple ideas are not fictions of our fancies, but the natural and regular productions of things without us, really operating upon us, and so carry with them all the conformity which is intended, or which our state requires. For they represent to us things under those appearances which they are fitted to produce in us, whereby we are enabled to distinguish the sorts of particular substances, to discern the state they are in, and so to take them for our necessities and apply them to our uses. Thus the idea of whiteness or bitterness, as it is in the mind, exactly answering that power which is in any body to produce it there, has all the real conformity it can or ought to have with things without us, and this conformity between our simple ideas and the existence of things is sufficient for real knowledge. Secondly, all our complex ideas, except those of substances, being archetypes of the mind's own making, not intended to be the copies of anything, nor refer to the existence of anything as to their originals, cannot want any conformity necessary to real knowledge, for that which is not designed to represent anything but itself can never be capable of a wrong representation, nor mislead us from the true apprehension of anything by its dislikeness to it, and such, excepting those of substances, are all our complex ideas, which, as I have shown in another place, are combinations of ideas which the mind, by its free choice, puts together, without considering any connection they have in nature. And hence it is that in all these sorts the ideas themselves are considered as the archetypes, in things no otherwise regarded but as they are conformable to them, so that we cannot but be infallibly certain that all the knowledge we attain concerning these ideas is real and reaches things themselves, because in all our thoughts, reasonings, and discourses of this kind we intend things no further than as they are conformable to our ideas, so that in these we cannot miss of a certain and undoubted reality. I doubt not, but it will be easily granted that the knowledge we have of mathematical truths is not only certain, but real knowledge, and not the bare empty vision of vain, insignificant chimeras of the brain. And yet, if we will consider, we shall find that it is only of our own ideas. The mathematician considers the truth and properties belonging to a rectangle or circle only as they are in idea in his own mind, for it is possible he never found either of them existing mathematically, i.e. precisely true in his life, but yet the knowledge he has of any truths or properties belonging to a circle or any other mathematical figure are nevertheless true and certain, even of real things existing, because real things are no further concerned, nor intended to be meant by any such propositions, than as things really agree to those archetypes in his mind. Is it true of the idea of a triangle that its 3 angles are equal to 2 right ones? It is true also of a triangle wherever it really exists. Whatever other figure exists that is not exactly answerable to that idea of a triangle in his mind, it is not at all concerned in that proposition, and therefore he is certain all his knowledge concerning such ideas is real knowledge, because intending things go no further than they agree with those his ideas, he is sure what he knows concerning those figures, when they have barely an ideal existence in his mind, will hold true of them also when they have a real existence in matter, his consideration being barely of those figures which are the same wherever or however they exist. And hence it follows that moral knowledge is as capable of real certainty as mathematics, for certainty being but the perception of the agreement or disagreement of our ideas, and demonstration nothing but the perception of such agreement by the intervention of other ideas or mediums, our moral ideas as well as mathematical being archetypes themselves, and so adequate and complete ideas, all the agreement or disagreement which we shall find in them will produce real knowledge as well as in mathematical figures. For the attaining of knowledge and certainty, it is requisite that we have determined ideas, and to make our knowledge real, it is requisite that the ideas answer the archetypes. Nor let it be wondered that I place the certainty of our knowledge and the consideration of our ideas with so little care and regard as it may seem to the real existence of things, since most of those discourses which take up the thoughts and engage the disputes of those who pretend to make it their business to inquire after truth and certainty will, I presume, upon examination be found to be general propositions and notions in which existence is not at all concerned. All the discourses of the mathematicians about the squaring of a circle, conic sections, or any other part of mathematics concern not the existence of any of those figures, but their demonstrations, which depend on their ideas, are the same whether there be any square or circle existing in the world or no. In the same manner, the truth and certainty of moral discourses abstract from the lives of men and the existence of those virtues in the world whereof they treat. Nor are Tully's offices less true, because there is nobody in the world that exactly practices his rules and lives up to that pattern of a virtuous man which he has given us, and which existed nowhere when he writ but in idea. If it be true in speculation, i.e. in idea, that murder deserves death, it will also be true in reality of any action that exists conformable to that idea of murder. As for other actions, the truth of that proposition concerns them not. And thus it is of all other species of things which have no other essences but those ideas which are in the minds of men. But it will here be said that if moral knowledge be placed in the contemplation of our own moral ideas, and those, as other modes, be of our own making, what strange notions will there be of justice and temperance? What confusion of virtues and vice, if everyone may make what ideas of them he pleases? No confusion nor disorder in the things themselves, nor the reasonings about them. No more than in mathematics there would be a disturbance in the demonstration or a change in the properties of figures and their relations one to another. If a man should make a triangle with 4 corners, or a trapezium with 4 right angles, that is, in plain English, change the names of the figures and call that by one name, which mathematicians call ordinarily by another. For let a man make to himself the idea of a figure with 3 angles, whereof one is a right one, and call it, if he please, equilateral or trapezium or anything else. The properties of and demonstrations about that idea will be the same as if he called it a rectangular triangle. I confess the change of the name by the impropriety of speech will at first disturb him who knows not what idea it stands for, but as soon as the figure is drawn, the consequences and demonstrations are plain and clear. Just the same is it in moral knowledge. Let a man have the idea of taking from others without their consent what their honest industry has possessed them of, and call this justice if he please. He that takes the name here without the idea put to it will be mistaken by joining another idea of his own to that name, but strip the idea of that name, or take it such as it is in the speaker's mind, and the same things will agree to it, as if you called it injustice. Indeed, wrong names in moral discourses breed usually more disorder, because they are not so easily rectified as in mathematics, where the figure once drawn and seen makes the name useless and of no force. But what need of a sign when the thing signified is present and in view? But in moral names that cannot be so easily and shortly done, because of the many decompositions that go to the making up the complex ideas of those modes. But yet for all this, the miscalling of any of those ideas contrary to the usual signification of the words of that language hinders not but that we may have certain and demonstrative knowledge of their several agreements and disagreements, if we will carefully, as in mathematics, keep to the same precise ideas and trace them in their several relations one to another, without being led away by their names. If we but separate the idea and the consideration from the sign that stands for it, our knowledge goes equally on in the discovery of real truth and certainty, whatever sounds we make use of. One thing more we are to take notice of, that where God or any other lawmaker hath defined any mortal names, there they have made the essence of that species to which that name belongs, and there it is not safe to apply or use them otherwise. But in other cases it is bare impropriety of speech to apply them contrary to the common usage of the country. But yet even this too disturbs not the certainty of that knowledge which is still to be had by a due contemplation and comparing of those even nicknamed ideas. Thirdly, there is another sort of complex ideas which, being referred to archetypes without us, may differ from them, and so our knowledge about them may come short of being real. Such are our ideas of substances, which, consisting of a collection of simple ideas supposed taken from the works of nature, may yet vary from them by having more or different ideas united in them than are to be found united in the things themselves, from whence it comes to pass that they may, and often do, fail of being exactly conformable to things themselves. I say then that to have ideas of substances which, by being conformable to things, may afford us real knowledge, it is not enough, as in modes, to put together such ideas as have no inconsistence, though they did never before so exist, v.g. the ideas of sacrilege or perjury, etc., were as real and true ideas before as after the existence of any such fact. But our ideas of substances, being supposed copies and referred to archetypes without us, must still be taken from something that does or has existed. They must not consist of ideas put together at the pleasure of our thoughts, without any real pattern they were taken from, though we can perceive no inconsistence in such a combination. The reason whereof is because we, knowing not what real constitution it is of substances whereon our simple ideas depend, and which really is the cause of the strict union of some of them one with another, and the exclusion of others, there are very few of them that we can be sure are or are not inconsistent in nature any further than experience and sensible observation reach. Herein, therefore, is founded the reality of our knowledge concerning substances, that all our complex ideas of them must be such and such only as are made up of such simple ones as have been discovered to coexist in nature. And our ideas being thus true, though not perhaps very exact copies, are yet the subjects of real as far as we have any knowledge of them, which, as has been already shown, will not be found to reach very far. But so far as it does, it will still be real knowledge. Whatever ideas we have, the agreement we find they have with others will still be knowledge. If those ideas be abstract, it will be general knowledge. But to make it real concerning substances, the ideas must be taken from the real existence of things. Whatever simple ideas have been found to coexist in any substance, these we may with confidence join together again, and so make abstract ideas of substances. For whatever have once had an union in nature may be united again. This, if we rightly consider and confine not our thoughts and abstract ideas to names, as if there were or could be no other sorts of things than what known names had already determined, and as it were set out, we should think of things with greater freedom and less confusion than perhaps we do. It would possibly be thought a bold paradox, if not a very dangerous falsehood, if I should say that some changelings who have lived 40 years together without any appearance of reason are something between a man and a beast, which prejudice is founded upon nothing else but a false supposition that these two names, man and beast, stand for distinct species so set out by real essences that there can come no other species between them. Whereas if we will abstract from those names and the supposition of such specific essences made by nature, wherein all things of the same denominations did exactly and equally partake. If we would not fancy that there were a certain number of these essences wherein all things, as in molds, were cast and formed, we should find that the idea of the shape, motion, and life of a man, without reason, is as much a distinct idea and makes as much a distinct sort of things from man and beast as the idea of the shape of an ass, with reason would be different from either that of man or beast, and be a species of an animal between, or distinct from both. Here everybody will be ready to ask, if changelings may be supposed something between man and beast, pray what they are. Pray what are they? I answer, changelings, which is as good a word to signify something different from the signification of man or beast, as the names man and beast are to have significations different one from the other. This, well considered, would resolve this matter and show my meaning without any more ado. But I am not so acquainted with the zeal of some men which enables them to spin consequences and to see religion threatened whenever anyone ventures to quit their forms of speaking, as not to foresee what name such a proposition as this is like to be charged with, and without doubt it will be asked, if changelings are something between man and beast, what will become of them in the other world? To which I answer, first, it concerns me not to know or inquire. To their own master they stand or fall. It will make their state neither better nor worse, whether we determine anything of it or no. They are in the hands of a faithful Creator and a bountiful Father, who disposes not of his creatures according to our narrow thoughts or opinions, nor distinguishes them according to names and species of our contrivance. And we that know so little of this present world, we are, may, I think, content ourselves without being peremptory in defining the different states which creatures shall come into when they go off this stage. It may suffices that he hath made known to all those who are capable of instruction, discoursing and reasoning, that they shall come to an account, and receiving according to what they have done in this body. But secondly, I answer the force of these men's question, which will you deprive changelings of a future state, is founded on one of these two suppositions, which are both false. The first is that all things that have the outward shape and appearance of a man must necessarily be designed to be an immortal future being after this life, or secondly, that whatever is of human birth must be so. Take away these imaginations, and such questions will be groundless and ridiculous. I desire, then, those who think there is no more but an accidental difference between themselves and changelings, the essence in both being exactly the same, to consider whether they can imagine immortality annexed to any outward shape of the body. The very proposing it is, I suppose, enough to make them disown it. No one yet that ever I heard of, how much soever immersed in matter, allowed that excellency to any figure of the gross sensible outward parts, as to affirm eternal life due to it, or a necessary consequence of it, or that any mass of matter should, after its dissolution here, be again restored hereafter to an everlasting state of sense, perception, and knowledge, only because it was moulded into this or that figure, and had such a particular frame of its visible parts. Such an opinion as this, placing immortality in a certain superficial figure, turns out of doors all consideration of soul or spirit, upon whose account alone some corporeal beings have hitherto been concluded immortal, and others not. This is to attribute more to the outside than inside of things, and to place the excellency of a man more in the external shape of his body than internal perfections of his soul, which is but little better than to annex the great and inestimable advantage of immortality and life everlasting, which he has above other material beings, to annex it, I say, to the cut of his beard or the fashion of his coat. For this or that outward mark of our bodies no more carries with it the hope of an eternal duration than the fashion of a man's suit gives him reasonable grounds to imagine it will never wear out, or that it will make him immortal. It will perhaps be said that nobody thinks that the shape makes anything immortal, but it is the shape. Is the sign of a rational soul within which is immortal. I wonder who made it the sign of any such thing, for barely saying it will not make it so. It would require some proofs to persuade one of it. No figure that I know speaks any such language, for it may as rationally be concluded that the dead body of a man, wherein there is to be found no more appearance or action of life than there is in a statue, has yet nevertheless a living soul in it, because of its shape, as that there is a rational soul in a changeling, because he has the outside of a rational creature, when his actions carry far less marks of reason with them in the whole course of his life than what are to be found in many a beast. But it is the issue of rational patterns, and must therefore be concluded to have a rational soul. I know not by what logic you must so conclude. I am sure this is a conclusion that men nowhere allow of. For if they did, they would not make bold, as everywhere they do, to destroy ill-formed and misshaped productions. Ay, but these are monsters. Let them be so. What will your drivelling, unintelligent, intractable changeling be? Shall a defect in the body make a monster? A defect in the mind, the far more noble, and in the common phrase, the far more essential part not? Shall the want of a nose or a neck make a monster, and put such issue out of the rank of man, the want of reason and understanding not? This is to bring all back again to what was exploded just now. This is to place all in the shape, and to take the measure of a man only by his outside, to show that according to the ordinary way of reasoning in this matter, people do lay the whole stress on the figure, and resolve the whole essence of the species of man, as they make it, into the outward shape, how unreasonable soever it be, and how much soever they disown it. We need but trace their thoughts and practice a little further, and then it will plainly appear. The well-shaped changeling is a man, has a rational soul, though it appear not. This is past doubt, say you. Make the ears a little longer and more pointed, and the nose a little flatter than ordinary, and then you begin to boggle. Make the face yet narrower, flatter, and longer, and then you are at a stand. Add still more and more of the likeness of a brute to it, and let the head be perfectly that of some other animal, then presently it is a monster, and it is demonstration with you that it hath no rational soul, and must be destroyed. Where now, I ask, shall be the just measure, which the utmost bounds of that shape that carries with it a rational soul? For since there have been human fetuses produced, half beast and half man, and others 3 parts once, and 1 part the other, and so it is possible there may be in all the variety of approaches to the one or the other shape, and may have several degrees of mixture of the likeness of a man or a brute. I would gladly know what are those precise lineaments which, according to this hypothesis, are or are not capable of a rational soul to be joined to them. What sort of outside is the certain sign that there is or is not such an inhabitant within? For till that be done, we talk at random of man, and shall always, I fear, do so, as long as we give ourselves up to certain sounds and the imaginations of settled and fixed species in nature, we know not what. But after all, I desire it may be considered that those who think they have answered the difficulty by telling us that a misshaped fetus is a monster run into the same fault they are arguing against, by constituting a species between man and beast. For what else, I pray, is there monster in the case, if the word monster signifies anything at all, but something neither man nor beast, but partaking somewhat of either? And just so is the changeling before mentioned. So necessary is it to quit the common notion of species and essences, if we will truly look into the nature of things and examine them by what our faculties can discover in them as they exist, and not by groundless fancies that have been taken up about them. I have mentioned this here because I think we cannot be too cautious that words and species and the ordinary notions which we have been used too of them imposed not on us, for I am apt to think therein lies one great obstacle to our clear and distinct knowledge, especially in reference to substances, and from thence has arisen a great part of the difficulties about truth and certainty. Would we accustom ourselves to separate our contemplations and reasonings from words, we might in a great measure remedy this inconvenience within our own thoughts, but yet it would still disturb us in our discourse with others as long as we retained the opinion that species and their essences were anything else but our abstract ideas, such as they are, with names annexed to them to be the signs of them. Wherever we perceive the agreement or disagreement of any of our ideas, there is certain knowledge, and wherever we are sure those ideas agree with the reality of things, there is certain real knowledge, of which agreement of our ideas with the reality of things. Having here given the marks, I think I have shown wherein it is that certainty, real certainty, consists, which whatever it was to others was, I confess, to me heretofore, one of those desiderata which this imagination of the Chapter 5 of Truth in General. What is truth? Was an inquiry many ages since, and it being that which all mankind either do or pretend to search after, it cannot but be worth our while carefully to examine wherein it consists, and so acquaint ourselves with the nature of it, as to observe how the mind distinguishes it from falsehood. Truth then seems to me, in the proper import of the word, to signify nothing but the joining or separating of signs, as the things signified by them do agree or disagree one with another. The joining or separating of signs here meant is what by another name we call proposition, so that truth properly belongs only to propositions, whereof there are two sorts, viz. Mental and verbal, as there are two sorts of signs commonly made use of, viz. Ideas and words. To form a clear notion of truth, it is very necessary to consider truth of thought and truth of words distinctly one from another, but yet it is very difficult to treat of them asunder, because it is unavoidable, in treating of mental propositions, to make use of words, and then the instances given of mental propositions cease immediately to be barely mental and become verbal. For a mental proposition being nothing but a bare consideration of the ideas as they are in our minds, stripped of names, they lose the nature of purely mental propositions as soon as they put into words. And that which makes it yet harder to treat of mental and verbal propositions separately is that most men, if not all, in their thinking and reasonings within themselves make use of words instead of ideas, at least when the subject of their meditation contains in it complex ideas, which is a great evidence of the imperfection and uncertainty of our ideas of that kind, and may, if attentively made use of, serve for a mark to show us what are those things we have clear and perfect established ideas of, and what not. For if we will curiously observe the way our mind takes in thinking and reasoning, we shall find, I suppose, that when we make any propositions within our own thoughts about white or black, sweet or bitter, a triangle or a circle, we can and often do frame in our minds the ideas themselves without reflecting on the names. But when we would consider or make propositions about the more complex ideas, as of a man, vitriol, fortitude, glory, we usually put the name for the idea, because the ideas these names stand for, being for the most part imperfect, confused, and undetermined, we reflect on the names themselves because they are more clear, certain, and distinct, and readier occur to our thoughts than the pure ideas, and so we make use of these words instead of the ideas themselves, even when we would meditate and reason within ourselves and make tacit mental propositions. In substance, as has been already noticed, this is occasioned by the imperfections of our ideas, we making the names stand for the real essence of which we have no idea at all. In modes, it is occasioned by the great number of simple ideas that go to the making them up. For many of them being compounded, the name occurs much easier than the complex idea itself, which requires time and attention to be recollected and exactly represented to the mind, even in those men we have formerly been and the pains to do it, and is utterly impossible to be done by those who, though they have ready in their memory the greatest part of the common words of that language, yet perhaps never troubled themselves in all their lives to consider what precise ideas the most of them stood for. Some confused or obscure notions have served their turns, and many who talk very much of religion and conscience, of church and faith, of power and right, of abstractions and humours, melancholy and choler, but perhaps have little left in their thoughts and meditations, if one should desire them to think only of the things themselves, and lay by those words with which they so often confound others, and not seldom themselves also. But to return to the consideration of truth, we must, I say, observe two sorts of propositions that we are capable of making. First, mental, wherein the ideas in our understandings are, without the use of words, put together or separated by the mind, perceiving or judging of their agreement or disagreement. Secondly, verbal propositions, which are words, the signs of our ideas put together or separated in affirmative or negative sentences, by which way of affirming or denying these signs made by sounds are, as it were, put together or separated one from another, so that proposition consists in joining or separating signs, and truth consists in the putting together or separating those signs according as the things which they stand for agree or disagree. Everyone's experience will satisfy him that the mind, either by perceiving or supposing the agreement or disagreement of any of its ideas, does tacitly within itself put them into a kind of proposition, affirmative or negative, which I have endeavoured to express by the terms putting together and separating. But this action of the mind, which is so familiar to every thinking and reasoning man, is easier to be conceived by reflecting on what passes in us when we affirm or deny than to be explained by words. When a man has in his head the idea of two lines, with the side and diagonal of a square, whereof the diagonal is an inch long, we may have the idea also of the division of that line into a certain number of equal parts, v.g. into 5, 10, 100, 1,000, or any other number, and may have the idea of that inch line being divisible or not divisible into such equal parts as a certain number of them will be equal to the side line. Now, whenever he perceives, believes, or supposes such a kind of divisibility to agree or disagree to his idea of that line, he, as it were, joins or separates those two ideas with the idea of that line and the idea of that kind of divisibility, and so makes a mental proposition, which is true or false according as such a kind of divisibility, a divisibility into such aliquot parts, does really agree to that line or no. When ideas are so put together or separated in the mind as they or the things they stand for do agree or not, that is, as I may call it, mental truth. But truth of words is something more, and that is the affirming or denying of words one of another, as the ideas they stand for agree or disagree. And this again is twofold, either purely verbal and trifling, which I shall speak of chapter 8, or real and instructive, which is the object of that real knowledge which we have spoken of already. But here again will be apt to occur the same doubt about truth that did about knowledge, and it will be objected that if truth be nothing but the joining and separating of words and propositions as the ideas they stand for agree or disagree in men's minds, the knowledge of truth is not so valuable a thing as it is taken to be, nor worth the pains and time men employ in the search of it, since by this account it amounts to no more than the conformity of words to the chimeras of men's brains. Who knows not what odd notions many men's heads are filled with, and what strange ideas all men's brains are capable of. But if we rest here, we know the truth of nothing by this rule, but of the visionary words in our own imaginations, nor have other truth but what as much concerns harpies and centaurs as men and horses. For those and the like may be ideas in our heads, and have their agreement or disagreement there, as well as the ideas of real beings, and so have as true propositions made about them. And it will be altogether as true a proposition to say all centaurs are animals, as that all men are animals, and the certainty of one as great as the other. For in both the propositions the words are put together according to the agreement of the ideas in our minds, and the agreement of the idea of animal with that of centaur is as clear and visible to the mind as the agreement of the idea of animal with that of man. And so these two propositions are equally true, equally certain, but of what use is all such truth to us? Though what has been said in the foregoing chapter to distinguish real from imaginary knowledge might suffice here in answer to this doubt, to distinguish real truth from chimerical, or if you please barely nominal, they depending both on the same foundation, yet it may not be amiss here again to consider that though our words signify nothing but our ideas, yet being designed by them to signify things, the truth they contain when put into propositions will be only verbal, when they stand for ideas in the mind that have not an agreement with the reality of things. And therefore truth as well as knowledge may well come under the distinction of verbal and real, that being only verbal truth wherein terms are joined according to the agreement or disagreement of the ideas they stand for, without regarding whether our ideas are such as really have or are capable of having an existence in nature. But then it is they contain real truth when these signs are joined as our ideas agree, and when our ideas are such as we know are capable of having an existence in nature, which in substances we cannot know but by knowing that such have existed. Truth is the marking down in words the agreement or disagreement of ideas as it is. Falsehood is the marking down in words the agreement or disagreement of ideas otherwise than it is. And so far as these ideas, thus marked by sounds, agree to their archetypes, so far only is the truth real. The knowledge of this truth consists in knowing what ideas the words stand for, and the perception of the agreement or disagreement of those ideas according as it is marked by those words. But because words are looked on as the great conduits of truth and knowledge, and that in conveying and receiving of truth, and commonly in reasoning about it, we make use of words and propositions, I shall more at large inquire wherein the certainty of real truths contained in propositions consists, and where it is to be had, and endeavour to show in what sort of universal propositions we are capable of being certain of their real truth or falsehood. I shall begin with general propositions, as those which most employ our thoughts and exercise our contemplation. General truths are most looked after by the mind as those that most enlarge our knowledge, and by their comprehensiveness satisfying us at once of many particulars, enlarge our views and shorten our way of knowledge. Besides truth taken in the strict sense before mentioned, there are other sorts of truths, as 1. Moral truth, which is speaking of things according to the persuasion of our own minds, though the proposition we speak agree not to the reality of things. 2. Metaphysical truth, which is nothing but the real existence of things, conformable to the ideas to which we have annexed their names. This, though it seems to consist in the very beings of things, yet, when considered a little nearly, will appear to include a tacit proposition whereby the mind joins that particular thing to the idea it had before settled, with a name to it. But these considerations of truth either having been before taken notice of, or not being much to our present purpose, it may suffice here only to have mentioned them. Chapter 6. Of universal propositions, their truth and certainty. Though the examining and judging of ideas by themselves, their names being quite laid aside, be the best and surest way to clear and distinct knowledge, yet through the prevailing custom of using sounds for ideas, I think it is very seldom practiced. Every one may observe how common it is for names to be made use of instead of the ideas themselves, even when men think and reason within their own breasts, especially if the ideas be very complex and made up of a great collection of simple ones. This makes the consideration of words and propositions so necessary a part of the treatise of knowledge, that it is very hard to speak intelligibly of the one without explaining the other. All the knowledge we have being only of particular or general truths, it is evident that whatever may be done in the former Of these, the latter, which is that which with reason is most sought after, can never be well made, known, and is very seldom apprehended, but as conceived and expressed in words. It is not, therefore, out of our way in the examination of our knowledge to inquire into the truth and certainty of universal propositions. But that we may not be misled in this case by that which is the danger everywhere, I mean by the doubtfulness of terms, it is fit to observe that certainty is twofold, certainty of truth and certainty of knowledge. Certainty of truth is when words are so put together in propositions as exactly to express the agreement or disagreement of the ideas they stand for as really it is. Certainty of knowledge is to perceive the agreement or disagreement of ideas as expressed in any proposition. This we usually call knowing or being certain of the truth of any proposition. Now, because we cannot be certain of the truth of any general proposition unless we know the precise bounds and extent of the species its terms stand for, it is necessary we should know the essence of each species, which is that which constitutes and bounds it. This, in all simple ideas and modes, is not hard to do, for in these the real and nominal essence being the same, or which is all one, the abstract idea which the general term stands for being the sole essence and boundary that is or can be supposed of the species, there can be no doubt how far the species extends or what things are comprehended under each term, which it is evident are all that have an exact conformity with the idea it stands for and no other. But in substances wherein a real essence, distinct from the nominal, is supposed to constitute, determine, and bound the species, the extent of the general word is very uncertain, because not knowing this real essence, we cannot know what is or what is not of that species, and consequently what may or may not with certainty be affirmed of it. And thus, speaking of a man or gold or any other species of natural substances as supposed constituted by a precise and real essence, which nature regularly imparts to every individual of that kind, whereby it is made to be of that species, we cannot be certain of the truth of any affirmation or negation made of it. For man or gold, taken in this sense and used for species of things constituted by real essences different from the complex idea in the mind of the speaker, stand for we know not what, and the extent of these species with such boundaries are so unknown and undetermined that it is impossible with any certainty to affirm that all men are rational or that all gold is yellow. But where the nominal essence is kept to as the boundary of each species, and men extend the application of any general term no further than to the particular things in which the complex idea it stands for, is to be found where they are in no danger to mistake the bounds of each species, nor can be in doubt on this account whether any proposition be true or not. I have chosen to explain this uncertainty of propositions in this scholastic way, and have made use of the terms of essence and species on purpose to show the absurdity and inconvenience there is to think of them as of any other sort of realities than barely abstract ideas with names to them. To suppose that the species of things are anything but the sorting of them under general names according as they agree to several abstract ideas of which we make those names the signs, is to confound truth and introduce uncertainty into all general propositions that can be made about them. Though, therefore, these things might, to people not possessed with scholastic learning, be treated of in a better and clearer way, yet those wrong notions of essences or species having got root in most people's minds, who have received any tincture from the learning which has prevailed in this part of the world, are to be discovered and removed, to make way for that use of words which should convey certainty with it. The names of substances, then, when ever made to stand for species which are supposed to be constituted by real essences which we know not, are not capable to convey certainty to the understanding of the truth of general propositions made up of such terms. We cannot be sure, the reason whereof is plain, for how can we be sure that this or that quality is in gold when we know not what is or is not gold, since in this way of speaking nothing is gold but what partakes of an essence, which we not knowing cannot know where it is or is not, and so cannot be sure that any parcel of matter in the world is or is not in this sense gold, being incurably ignorant whether it has or has not that which makes anything to be called gold, i.e., that real essence of gold whereof we have no idea at all, this being as impossible for us to know as it is for a blind man to tell in what flower the colour of a pansy is or is not to be found, whilst he has no idea of the colour of a pansy at all. Or if we could, which is impossible, certainly know where a real essence which we know not is, v.g. in that parcels of matter the real essence of gold is, yet could we not be sure that this or that quality could with truth be affirmed of gold, since it is impossible for us to know that this or that quality or idea has a necessary connection with a real essence, of which we have no idea at all, whatever species that supposed real essence may be imagined to constitute. On the other side, the names of substances, when made use of as they should be for the ideas men have in their minds, though they carry a clear and determinate signification with them, will not yet serve us to make many universal propositions of whose truth we can be certain, not because in this use of them we are uncertain what things are signified by them, but because the complex ideas they stand for are such combinations of simple ones as carry not with them any discoverable connection or repugnancy, but with a very few other ideas. The complex ideas that are names of the species of substances properly stand for are collections of such qualities as have been observed to coexist in an unknown substratum which we call substance. And what other qualities necessarily coexist with such combinations we cannot certainly know, unless we can discover their natural dependence, which in their primary qualities we can go but a very little way in, and in all their secondary qualities we can discover no connection at all, for the reasons mentioned, chapter 3, viz. Because we know not the real constitutions of substances on which each secondary quality particularly depends. 2. Did we know that, it would serve us only for experimental, not universal knowledge, and reach with certainty no further than that bare instance, because our understandings can discover no conceivable connection between any secondary quality and any modification whatsoever of any of the primary ones, and therefore there are very few general propositions to be made concerning substances which can carry with them undoubted certainty. All gold is fixed is a proposition whose truth we cannot be certain of, how universally soever it be believed. For if, according to the useless imagination of the schools, anyone supposes the term gold to stand for a species of things set out by nature by a real essence belonging to it, it is evident he knows not what particular substances are of that species, and so cannot with certainty affirm anything universally of gold. But if he makes gold stand for a species determined by its nominal essence, let the nominal essence, for example, be the complex idea of a body of a certain yellow color, malleable, fusible, and heavier than any other known. In this proper use of the word gold, there is no difficulty to know what is or is not gold, but yet no other quality can with certainty be universally affirmed or denied of gold, but what hath a discoverable connection or inconsistency with that nominal essence. Fixedness, for example, having no necessary connection that we can discover with the color, weight, or any other simple idea of a complex one, or with the whole combination together, it is impossible that we should certainly know the truth of this proposition, that all gold is fixed. As there is no discoverable connection between fixedness and color, weight, and other simple ideas of that nominal essence of gold. So, if we make our complex idea of gold a body yellow, fusible, ductile, weighty, and fixed, we shall be at the same uncertainty concerning solubility in aqua regia, and for the same reason, since we can never, from consideration of the ideas themselves, with certainty affirm or deny of a body whose complex idea is made up of yellow, very weighty, ductile, fusible, and fixed, that it is soluble in aqua regia, and so on, of the rest of its qualities. I would gladly meet with one general affirmation concerning any quality of gold, that any one can certainly know is true. It will no doubt be presently objected, is not this an universal proposition? All gold is malleable, to which I answer, it is a very certain proposition, if malleableness be a part of the complex idea the word gold stands for. But then there is nothing affirmed of gold but that sound stands for an idea in which malleableness is contained, and such a sort of truth and certainty as this it is to say a centaur is four-footed. But if malleableness make not a part of the specific essence the name of gold stands for, it is plain all gold is malleable is not a certain proposition, because let the complex idea of gold be made up of whichsoever of its other qualities you please, malleableness will not appear to depend on that complex idea, nor follow from any simple one contained in it. The connection that malleableness has, if it has any, with those other qualities being only by the intervention of the real constitution of its insensible parts, which since we know not, it is impossible we should perceive that connection unless we could discover that which ties them together. The more indeed of these coexisting qualities we unite into one complex idea under one name, the more precise and determinate we make the signification of that word, but never yet make it thereby more capable of universal certainty in respect of other qualities not contained in our complex idea, since we perceive not their connection or dependence on one another, being ignorant both of that real constitution in which they are all founded, and also how they flow from it. For the chief part of our knowledge concerning substances is not, as in other things, barely of the relation of two ideas that may exist separately, but is of the necessary connection and coexistence of several distinct ideas in the same subject, or of their repugnancy so to coexist. Could we begin at the other end and discover what it was wherein that color consisted, what made a body lighter or heavier, what texture of parts made it malleable, fusible, and fixed, and fit to be dissolved in this sort of liquor, and not in another? If I say we had such an idea as this of bodies, and could perceive wherein all sensible qualities originally consist, and how they are produced, we might frame such abstract ideas of them as would furnish us with matter of more general knowledge, and enable us to make universal propositions that should carry general truth and certainty with them. But whilst our complex ideas of the sorts of substances are so remote from that internal real constitution on which their sensible qualities depend, and are made up of nothing but an imperfect collection of those apparent qualities our senses can discover, there can be few general propositions concerning substances of whose real truth we can be certainly assured, since there are but few simple ideas of whose connection and necessary coexistence we can have certain and undoubted knowledge. I imagine, amongst all the secondary qualities of substances and the powers relating to them, there cannot any two be named whose necessary coexistence or repugnance to coexist can certainly be known, unless in those of the same sense which necessarily exclude one another, as I have elsewhere shown. No one, I think, by the color that is in any body, can certainly know what smell, taste, sound, or tangible qualities it has, nor what alterations it is capable to make or receive on or from other bodies. The same may be said of the sound or taste, etc. Our specific names of substances standing for any collections of such ideas, it is not to be wondered that we can with them make very few general propositions of undoubted real certainty. But yet so far as any complex idea of any sort of substances contains in it any simple idea whose necessary coexistence with any other may be discovered, so far universal propositions may with certainty be made concerning it, v.g., could anyone discover a necessary connection between malleableness and the color or weight of gold, or any other part of the complex idea signified by that name, he might make a certain universal proposition concerning gold in their respect, and the real truth of this proposition, that all gold is malleable, would be as certain as of this: the three angles of all right-lined triangles are all equal to two right ones. Had we such ideas of substances as to know what real constitutions produce those sensible qualities we find in them, and how those qualities flowed from thence, we could, by the specific ideas of their real essences in our own minds, more certainly find out their properties and discover what qualities they had or had not than we can now by our senses. And to know the properties of gold, it would be no more necessary that gold should exist and that we should make experiments upon it, than it is necessary for the knowing the properties of a triangle that a triangle should exist in any matter. The idea in our minds would serve for the one as well as the other, but we are so far from being admitted into the secrets of nature that we scarce so much as ever approach the first entrance towards them, for we are wont to consider the substances we meet with, each of them, as an entire thing by itself, having all its qualities in itself and independent of other things, overlooking, for the most part, the operations of those invisible fluids they are encompassed with, and upon whose motions and operations depend the greatest part of those qualities which are taken notice of in them, and are made by us the inherent marks of distinction whereby we know and denominate them. Put a piece of gold anywhere by itself, separate from the reach and influence of all other bodies, it will immediately lose all its color and weight, and perhaps malleableness too, which, for aught I know, would be changed into a perfect friability. Water, in which to us fluidity is an essential quality, left to itself would cease to be fluid. But if inanimate bodies owe so much of their present state to other bodies, without them that would not be what they appear to us, were those bodies that environ them removed. It is yet more so in vegetables, which are nourished, grow, and produce leaves, flowers, and seeds in a constant succession. And if we look a little nearer into the state of animals, we shall find that their dependence as to life, motion, and the most considerable qualities to be observed in them is so wholly on extrinsical causes and qualities of other bodies that make no part of them, that they cannot subsist a moment without them, though yet those bodies on which they depend are little taken notice of, and make no part of the complex ideas we frame of those animals. Take the air but for a minute from the greatest part of living creatures, and they presently lose sense, life, and motion. This the necessity for breathing has forced into our knowledge. But how many other extrinsical and possibly very remote bodies do the springs of these admirable machines depend on, which are not vulgarly observed or so much as thought on? And how many are there which the severest inquiry can never discover? The inhabitants of this spot of the universe, though removed so many millions of miles from the sun, yet depend so much on the duly tempered motion of particles coming from or agitated by it, that were this earth removed but a small part of that distance out of its present situation, and placed a little further or nearer that source of heat, it is more than probable that the greatest part of the animals in it would immediately perish, since we find them so often destroyed by an excess or defect of the sun's warmth, which an accidental position in some parts of this our little globe exposes them to. The qualities observed in a lodestone must needs have their source far beyond the confines of that body, and the ravage made often on several sorts of animals by invisible causes. The certain death, as we are told of some of them, by barely passing the line, or, as it is certain of other, by being removed into a neighboring country, evidently show that the occurrence and operations of several bodies with which they are seldom thought to have anything to do is absolutely necessary to make them be what they appear to us, and to preserve those qualities by which we know and distinguish them. We are then quite out of the way when we think that things contain within themselves the qualities that appear to us in them, and we in vain search for that constitution within the body of a fly or an elephant upon which depend those qualities and powers we observe in them, for which perhaps to understand them aright we ought to look not only beyond this our earth and atmosphere, but even beyond the sun or remotest star our eyes have yet discovered. For how much the being and operation of particular substances in this our globe depends on causes utterly beyond our view is impossible for us to determine. We see and perceive some of the motions and grosser operations of things here about us, but whence the streams come that keep all these curious machines in motion and repair, how conveyed and modified, is beyond our notice and apprehension, and the great parts and wheels, as I may say so, of this stupendous structure of the universe may, for aught we know, have such a connection and dependence in their influences and operations one upon another, that perhaps things in this our mansion would put on quite another face and cease to be what they are, if some one of the stars or great bodies, incomprehensibly remote from us, should cease to be or move as it does. This is certain. Things, however absolute and entire they seem in themselves, are but retainers to other parts of nature for that which they are most taken notice of by us. Their observable qualities, actions, and powers are owing to something without them, and there is not so complete and perfect a part that we know of nature which does not owe the being it has and the excellences of it to its neighbors. And we must not confine our thoughts within the surface of any body, but look a great deal further to comprehend perfectly those qualities that are in it. If this be so, it is not to be wondered that we have very imperfect ideas of substances, and that the real essences on which depend their properties and operations are unknown to us. We cannot discover so much as that size, figure, and texture of their minute and active parts which is really in them, much less the different motions and impulses made in and upon them by bodies from without, upon which depends and by which is formed the greatest and most remarkable part of those qualities we observe in them, and of which our complex ideas of them are made up. This consideration alone is enough to put an end to all our hopes of ever having the ideas of their real essences, which, whilst we want the nominal essences we make use of instead of them, will be able to furnish us but very sparingly with any general knowledge or universal propositions capable of real certainty. We are not, therefore, to wonder if certainty be to be found in very few general propositions made concerning substances. Our knowledge of their qualities and properties goes very seldom further than our senses reach and inform us. Possibly inquisitive and observing men may be strength of judgment penetrate further, and on probabilities taken from very observation and hints well laid together, often guess right at what experience has not yet discovered to them. But this is but guessing still. It amounts only to opinion, and has not that certainty which is requisite to knowledge, for all general knowledge lies only in our own thoughts, and consists barely in the contemplation of our own abstract ideas. Wherever we perceive any agreement or disagreement amongst them, there we have general knowledge, and by putting the names of those ideas together accordingly in propositions, can with certainty pronounce general truths. But because the abstract ideas of substances for which their specific names stand, whenever they have any distinct and determinate signification, have a discoverable connection or inconsistency with but a very few other ideas, the certainty of universal propositions concerning substances is very narrow and scanty in that part which is our principal inquiry concerning them, and there are scarce any of the names of substances, let the idea it is applied to be what it will, of which we can generally and with certainty pronounce that it has or has not this or that other quality belonging to it, and constantly coexisting or inconsistent with that idea wherever it is to be found. Before we can have any tolerable knowledge of this kind, we must first know what changes the primary qualities of one body do regularly produce and the primary qualities of another, and how. Secondly, we must know what primary qualities of any body produce certain sensations or ideas in us. This is in truth no less than to know all the effects of matter under its diverse modifications of bulk, figure, cohesion of parts, motion, and rest, which I think every body will allow is utterly impossible to be known by us without revelation. Nor, if it were revealed to us what sort of figure, bulk, and motion of corpuscles would produce in us the sensation of a yellow color, and what sort of figure, bulk, and texture of parts in the superficies of any body were fit to give such corpuscles their due motion to produce that color, would that be enough to make universal propositions with certainty concerning the several sorts of them, unless we find faculties acute enough to perceive the precise bulk, figure, texture, and motion of bodies in those minute parts by which they operate on our senses, so that we might be those frame our abstract ideas of them. I have mentioned here only corporeal substances whose operations seem to lie more level to our understandings. For as to the operations of spirits, both their thinking and moving of bodies, we at first sight find ourselves at a loss, though perhaps when we have applied our thoughts a little nearer to the consideration of bodies and their operations, and examined how far our notions, even in these, reach with any clearness beyond sensible matter of fact, we shall be bound to confess that even in these two our discoveries amount to very little beyond perfect ignorance and incapacity. This is evident. The abstract complex ideas of substances for which their general names stand, not comprehending their real constitutions, can afford us very little universal certainty, because our ideas of them are not made up of that on which those qualities we observe in them and would inform ourselves about to depend, or with which they have any certain connections, v.g., let the ideas to which we give the name man be, as it commonly is, a body of the ordinary shape, with sense, voluntary motion, and reason joined to it, this being the abstract idea, and consequently the essence of our species, man, we can make but very few general certain propositions concerning man, standing for such an idea, because not knowing the real constitution on which sensation, power of motion, and reasoning, with that peculiar shape, depend, and whereby they are united together in the same subject, there are very few other qualities with which we can perceive them to have a necessary connection, and therefore we cannot with certainty affirm that all men sleep by intervals, that no man can be nourished by wood or stones, that all men will be poisoned by hemlock, because these ideas have no connection or repugnancy with this our nominal essence of man, with this abstract idea that name stands for. We must, in these and the like, appeal to trial in particular subjects, which can reach but a little way. We must content ourselves with probability in the rest, but can have no general certainty, whilst our specific idea of man contains not that real constitution which is the root wherein all these inseparable qualities are united, and from whence they flow, whilst our idea, the word man stands for, is only an imperfect collection of some sensible qualities and powers in him. There is no discernible connection or repugnance between our specific ideas and the operation of either the parts of hemlock or stones upon his constitution. There are animals that safely eat hemlock, and others that are nourished by wood and stones. But as long as we want our ideas of those real constitutions of different sorts of animals, whereon these and the like qualities of powers depend, we must not hope to reach certainty in universal propositions concerning them. Those few ideas only which have a discernible connection with our nominal essence, or any part of it, can afford us such propositions, but these are so few and of so little moment that we may justly look on our certain general knowledge of substances as almost none at all. To conclude, general propositions of what kind soever are then only capable of certainty when the terms used in them stand for such ideas whose agreement or disagreement, as they are expressed, is capable to be discovered by us, and we are then certain of their truth or falsehood, When we perceive the ideas the terms stand for, to agree or not agree, according as they are affirmed or denied one of another. Whence we may take notice that general certainty is never to be found but in our ideas. Whenever we go to seek it elsewhere, in experimental observations without us, our knowledge goes not beyond particulars. It is the contemplation of our own abstract ideas that alone is able to afford us general knowledge. Secondly, from what has been said, it plainly follows that these magnified maxims are not the principles and foundations of all our other knowledge. For if there be a great many other truths which have as much self-evidence as they, and a great many that we know before them, it is impossible they should be the principles from which we deduce all other truths. Is it impossible to know that 1 and 2 are equal to 3, but by virtue of this or some such axiom, viz., the whole is equal to all its parts taken together? Many a one knows that 1 and 2 are equal to 3 without having heard or thought on that or any other axiom by which it might be proved, and knows it as certainly as any other man knows that the whole is equal to all its parts, or any other maxim, and all from the same reason of self-evidence, the equality of those ideas being as visible and certain to him without that or any other axiom as with it, it needing no proof to make it perceived. Nor after the knowledge that the whole is equal to all its parts does he know that 1 and 2 are equal to 3 better or more certainly than he did before. For if there be any odds in those ideas, the whole and parts are more obscure, or at least more difficult to be settled in the mind, than those of 1, 2, and 3. And indeed, I think I may ask these men, who will needs have all knowledge, besides those general principles themselves, to depend on general, innate, and self-evident principles, what principle is requisite to prove that 1 are 2, and 2 and 2 are 4, and 3 times 2 are 6, which being known without any proof, do evidence that either all knowledge does not depend on certain praecognita or general maxims called principles, or else that these are principles, and if these are to be counted principles, a great part of numeration will be so. To which if we add all the self-evident propositions which may be made about all our distinct ideas, principles will be almost infinite, at least innumerable, which men arrive to the knowledge of at different ages. And a great many of these innate principles they never come to know all their lives. But whether they come in view of the mind earlier or later, this is true of them, that they are all known by their native evidence, all are wholly independent, receive no light, nor are capable of any proof one from another, much less the more particular from the more general, or the more simple from the more compounded, the more simple and less abstract being the most familiar, and the easier and earlier apprehended. But whichever be the clearest ideas, the evidence and certainty of all such propositions is in this, that a man sees the same idea to be the same idea, and infallibly perceives two different ideas to be different ideas. For when a man has in his understanding the ideas of 1 and of 2, the idea of yellow and the idea of blue, he cannot but certainly know that the idea of 1 is the idea of 1, and not the idea of 2, that the idea of yellow is the idea of yellow, and not the idea of blue. For a man cannot confound the ideas in his mind which he has distinct. That would be to have them confused and distinct at the same time, which is a contradiction, and to have none distinct is to have no use of our faculties, to have no knowledge at all. And therefore what idea soever is affirmed of itself, or whatsoever two entire distinct ideas are denied one of another, the mind cannot but assent to such a proposition as infallibly true, as soon as it understands the terms without hesitation or need of proof, or regarding those made in more general terms and called maxims. What shall we then say? Are these general maxims of no use? By no means, though perhaps their use is not that which it is commonly taken to be. But since doubting in the least of what hath been by some men ascribed to these maxims may be apt to be cried out against as overturning the foundation, foundations of all the sciences, it may be worthwhile to consider them with respect to other parts of our knowledge, and examine more particularly to what purposes they serve and to what not. It is evident from what has been already said that they are of no use to prove or confirm less general, self-evident propositions. It is as plain that they are not, nor have been, the foundations whereon any science hath been built. There is, I know, a great deal of talk propagated from scholastic men of sciences and the maxims on which they are built, but it has been my ill luck never to meet with any such sciences, much less anyone built upon these two maxims. What is, and it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, and I would be glad to be shown where any such science erected upon these or any other general axioms is to be found, and should be obliged to any one who would lay before me the frame and system of any science so built on these or any such like maxims that could not be shown to stand as firm without any consideration of them. I ask whether these general maxims have not the same use in the study of divinity and in theological questions that they have in other sciences. They serve here too in science wranglers and put an end to dispute. But I think that nobody will therefore say that the Christian religion is built upon these maxims, or that the knowledge we have of it is derived from these principles. It is from revelation we have received it, and without revelation these maxims had never been able to help us to it. When we find out an idea by whose intervention we discover the connection of two others, this is a revelation from God to us by the voice of reason, for we then come to know a truth that we did not know before. When God declares any truth to us, this is a revelation to us by the voice of His Spirit, and we are advanced in our knowledge. But in neither of these do we receive our light or knowledge from maxims. But in the one, the things themselves afford it, and we see the truth in them by perceiving their agreement or disagreement. In the other, God Himself affords it immediately to us, and we see the truth of what He says in His unerring veracity. They are not of use to help men forward in the advancement of sciences or new discoveries of yet unknown truths. Mr. Newton, in his never enough to be admired book, has demonstrated several propositions which are so many new truths before unknown to the world, and are further advances in mathematical knowledge. But for the discovery of these, it was not the general maxims, what is, or the whole is bigger than a part, or the like, that helped him. These were not the clues that led him into the discovery of the truth and certainty of those propositions, nor was it by them that he got the knowledge of those demonstrations, but by finding out immediate ideas that showed the agreement or disagreement of the ideas as expressed in the propositions he demonstrated. This is the greatest exercise and improvement of human understanding in the enlarging of knowledge and advancing the sciences, wherein they are far enough from receiving any help from the contemplation of these or the like magnified maxims. Would those who have this traditional admiration of these propositions, that they think no step can be made in knowledge without the support of an axiom, no stone laid in the building of the sciences without a general maxim, but distinguish between the method of acquiring knowledge and of communicating it, between the method of raising any science and that of teaching it to others, as far as it is advanced, they would see that those general maxims were not the foundations on which the first discoverers raised their admirable structures, though afterwards, when schools were erected and sciences had their professors to teach what others had found out, they often made use of maxims, i.e. laid down certain propositions which were self-evident or to be received for true, which being settled in the minds of their scholars as unquestionable verities, they on occasion made use of to convince them of truths in particular instances that were not so familiar to their minds as those general axioms which had before them inculcated to them and carefully settled in their minds. though these particular instances, when well reflected on, are no less self-evident to the understanding than the general maxims brought to confirm them, and it was in those particular instances that the first discoverer found the truth without the help of the general maxims, and so may anyone else do who with attention considers them. To come, therefore, to the use that is made of maxims. 1. They are of use, as has been observed, in the ordinary methods of teaching sciences as far as they are advanced, but of little or none in advancing them further. 2. They are of use in disputes for the silencing of obstinate wranglers and bringing those contests to some conclusion, whether a need of them to that end came not in the manner following. I crave leave to inquire, the schools having made disputation the touchstone of men's abilities and the criterion of knowledge, adjudged victory to them that kept the field, and that had the last word was concluded to have the better of the argument, if not of the cause. But because by this means there was like to be no decision between skilful combatants, whilst one never failed of a medius terminus to prove any proposition, and the other could as constantly, without or with a distinction, deny the major or minor, to prevent, as much as could be, the running out of disputes into an endless train of syllogisms, certain general propositions, most of them indeed self-evident, were introduced into the schools, which being such as all men allowed and agreed in, were looked on as general measures of truth, and served instead of principles, where the disputants had not lain down any other between them, beyond which there was no going, and which must not be receded from by either side. And thus these maxims, getting the names of principles, beyond which men in dispute could not retreat, were by mistake taken to be the originals and sources from whence all knowledge began, and the foundations whereon the sciences were built, because when in their disputes they came to any of these, they stopped there and went no further. The matter was determined. But how much this is a mistake hath been already shown. This method of the schools, which have been thought the fountains of knowledge, introduced, as I suppose, the like use of these maxims into a great part of conversation out of the schools, to stop the mouths of cavillers whom anyone is excused from arguing any longer with, when they deny these general self-evident principles received by all reasonable men who have once thought of them, but yet their use herein is but to put an end to wrangling. They in truth, when urged in such cases, teach nothing. That is already done by the intermediate ideas made use of in the debate, whose connection may be seen without the help of those maxims, and so the truth known before the maxim is produced, and the argument brought to a first principle. Men would give off a wrong argument before it came to that, if in their disputes they proposed to themselves the finding and embracing of truth, and not a contest for victory. And thus maxims have their use to put a stop to their perverseness, whose ingenuity should have yielded sooner. But the method of the schools, having allowed and encouraged men to oppose and resist evident truth till they are baffled, i.e., till they are reduced to contradict themselves or some established principles, it is no wonder that they should not in civil conversation be ashamed of that which in the schools is counted a virtue and a glory, viz. obstinately to maintain that side of the question they have chosen, whether true or false, to the last extremity, even after conviction. A strange way to attain truth and knowledge, and that which I think the rational part of mankind, not corrupted by education, could scarce believe should ever be admitted amongst the lovers of truth and students of religion or nature, or introduced into the seminaries of those who are to propagate the truths of religion or philosophy amongst the ignorant and unconvinced. How much such a way of learning is like to turn young men's minds from the sincere search and love of truth nigh, and to make them double whether there is any such thing, or at least worth the adhering to, I shall not now inquire. This I think, that baiting those places which brought the peripatetic philosophy into their schools, where it continued many ages without teaching the world anything but the art of wrangling. These maxims were nowhere thought the foundations on which the sciences were built, nor the great helps to the advancement of knowledge. As to these general maxims, therefore, they are, as I have said, of great use in disputes to stop the mouths of wranglers, but not of much use to the discovery of unknown truths or to help the mind forward in its search after knowledge. For whoever began to build his knowledge on the general proposition, what is, or it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, and from either of these, as from a principle of science, deduced a system of useful knowledge. Wrong opinions, often involving contradictions, one of these maxims as a touchstone, may serve well to show whither they lead, but yet, however fit to lay open the absurdity or mistake of a man's reasoning or opinion, they are of very little use for enlightening the understanding, and it will not be found that the mind receives much help from them in its progress in knowledge, which would be neither less nor less certain were these two general propositions never thought on. It is true, as I have said, they sometimes serve in argumentation to stop a wrangler's mouth by showing the absurdity of what he saith, and by exposing him to the shame of contradicting what all the world knows and he himself cannot but own it to be true. But it is one thing to show a man that he is in an error, and another to put him in possession of truth, and I would fain know what truths these two propositions are able to teach, and by their influence make us know, which we did not know before or could not know without them. Let us reason from them as well as we can. They are only about identical predictions and influence, if any at all, none but such. Each particular proposition concerning identity or diversity is as clearly and certainly known in itself, if attended to, as either of these general ones. Only these general ones, as serving in all cases, are therefore more inculcated and insisted on. As to other less general maxims, many of them are no more than bare verbal propositions, and teach us nothing but the respect and import of names one to another. The whole is equal to all its parts. What real truth, I beseech you, does it teach us? What more is contained in that maxim than what the signification of the word totem, or the whole, does of itself import? And he that knows that the word whole stands for what is made up of all its parts knows very little less than that the whole is equal to all its parts, and upon the same ground. I think that this proposition, a hill is higher than a valley, and several the like, may also pass for maxims. But yet masters of mathematics, when they would, as teachers of what they know, initiate others in that science, do not without reason place this and some other such maxims at the entrance of their systems, and their scholars, having in the beginning perfectly acquainted their thoughts with these propositions, made in such general terms, be used to make such reflections, and have these more general propositions as formed rules and sayings, ready to apply to all particular cases. Note that if they be equally weighed, they are more clear and evident than the particular instances they are brought to confirm, but that, being more familiar to the mind, the very naming them is enough to satisfy the understanding. But this, I say, is more from our custom of using them, and the establishment they have got in our minds by our often thinking of them, than from the different evidence of the things. But before custom has settled methods of thinking and reasoning in our minds, I am apt to imagine it is quite otherwise, and that the child, when a part of his apple is taken away, knows it better in that particular instance than by this general proposition, the whole is equal to all its parts, and that if one of these have need to be confirmed to him by the other, the general has more need to be let into the mind by the particular than the particular by the general. For in particulars our knowledge begins, and so spreads itself by degrees to generals, though afterwards the mind takes the quite contrary course, and having drawn its knowledge into as general propositions as it can, makes those familiar to its thoughts, and accustoms itself to have recourse to them as to the standards of truth and falsehood, by which familiar use of them as rules to measure the truth of other propositions, it comes in time to be thought that more particular propositions have their truth and evidence from their conformity to these more general ones, which in discourse and argumentation are so frequently urged and constantly admitted. And this I think to be the reason why, amongst so many self-evident propositions, the most general only have had the title of maxims. One thing further, I think, it may not be amiss to observe concerning these general maxims, that they are so far from improving or establishing our minds in true knowledge, that if our notions be wrong, loose, or unsteady, and we resign up our thoughts to the sound of words rather than fix them on settled, determined ideas of things, I say these general maxims will serve to confirm us in mistakes, and in such a way of use of words, which is most common, will serve to prove contradictions, v.g. he that with this Descartes shall frame in his mind an idea of which he calls body to be nothing but extension, may easily demonstrate that there is no vacuum, i.e., no space void of body by this maxim. What is. For the idea to which he annexes the name body being bare extension, his knowledge that space cannot be without body is certain, for he knows his own idea of extension clearly and distinctly, and knows that it is what it is, and not another idea, though it be called by these three names: extension, body, space, which three words, standing for one and the same idea, may no doubt with the same evidence and certainty be affirmed one of another as each of itself. And it is as certain that, whilst I use them all to stand for one and the same idea, this prediction is as true and identical in its signification that space is body, as this prediction is true and identical that body is body, both in signification and sound. But if another should come and make to himself another idea different from Descartes of the thing which yet with Descartes he calls by the same name body, and make his idea which he expresses by the word body to be of a thing that hath both extension and solidity together, he will as easily demonstrate that there may be a vacuum or space without a body, as Descartes demonstrated the contrary, because the idea to which he gives the name space being barely the simple one of extension, and the idea to which he gives the name body being the complex idea of extension and resistibility or solidity together in the same subject. These two ideas are not exactly one and the same, but in the understanding as distinct as the ideas of one and two, white and black, or as of corporeity and humanity, if I may use those barbarous terms, and therefore the prediction of them in our minds or in words standing for them is not identical, but the negation of them one of another with this proposition: extension of space is not body, is as true and evidently certain as this maxim. It is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be can make any proposition. But yet, though both these propositions, as you see, may be equally demonstrated with that there may be a vacuum and that there cannot be a vacuum, by these two certain principles, with what is and the same thing cannot be and not be, yet neither of these principles will serve to prove to us that any or what bodies do exist, for that we are left to our senses to discover to us as far as they can, those universal and self-evident principles being only our constant, clear, and distinct knowledge of our own ideas, more general or comprehensive, can assure us of nothing that passes without the mind. Their certainty is founded only upon the knowledge we have of each idea by itself and of its distinction from others, about which we cannot be mistaken whilst they are in our minds, though we may be and often are mistaken when we retain the names without the ideas, or use them confusedly, sometimes for one and sometimes for another idea, in which cases the force of these axioms, reaching only to the sound and not to the signification of the words, serves only to lead us into confusion, mistake, and error. It is to show men that these maxims, however cried up for the great guards of truth, will not secure them from error in a careless, loose use of their words, that I have made this remark. And all that is here suggested concerning their little use for the improvement of knowledge, or dangerous use in undetermined ideas, I have been far enough from saying or intending they should be laid aside, as some have been too forward to charge me. I affirm them to be truths, self-evident truths, and so cannot be laid aside. As far as their influence will reach, it is in vain to endeavor, nor will I attempt to abridge it. But yet, without any injury to truth or knowledge, I may have reason to think their use is not answerable to the great stress which seems to be laid on them, and I may warn men not to make any use of them for the confirming themselves in errors. But let them be of what use they will in verbal propositions, they cannot discover or prove to us the least knowledge of the nature of substances as they are found and exist without us, any further than grounded on experience. And though the consequence of these two propositions, called principles, be very clear, and their use not dangerous or hurtful in the probation of such things, wherein there is no need at all of them for proof, but such as are clear by themselves without them, where our ideas are determined and known by the names that stand for them, yet when these principles with what is, and it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, are made use of in the probation of propositions, wherein are words standing for complex ideas, v.g. man, horse, gold, virtue, there they are of infinite danger, and most commonly make men receive and retain falsehood for manifest truth, and uncertainty for demonstration, upon which follow error, obstinacy, and all the mischiefs that can happen from wrong reasoning. The reason whereof is not that these principles are less true or of less force in proving propositions made of terms standing for complex ideas than where the propositions are about simple ideas, but because men mistake generally, thinking that where the same terms are preserved, the propositions are about the same things, though the ideas they stand for are in truth different. Therefore these maxims are made use of to support those which in sound and appearance are contradictory propositions, as is clear in the demonstrations above mentioned about a vacuum, so that whilst men take words for things, as usually they do, these maxims may and do commonly serve to prove contradictory propositions, as shall yet be further made manifest. For instance, let man be that concerning which you would by these first principles demonstrate anything, and we shall see that so far as demonstration is by these principles, it is only verbal and gives us no certain universal true proposition or knowledge of any being existing without us. First, a child having framed the idea of a man, it is probable that his idea is just like that picture which the printer makes of the visible appearances joined together, and such a complication of ideas together in his understanding makes up the single complex idea which he calls man, whereof white of flesh color in England being one, the child can demonstrate to you that a Negro is not a man, because white color was one of the constant simple ideas of the complex idea he calls man, and therefore he can demonstrate by the principle it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, that a Negro is not a man, the foundation of his certainty being not that universal proposition, which perhaps he never heard nor thought of, but the clear, distinct perception he hath of his own simple ideas of black and white, which he cannot be persuaded to take, nor can ever mistake one for another, whether he knows that maxim or no. And to this child, or anyone who hath such an idea which he calls man, can you never demonstrate that a man hath a soul, because his idea of man includes no such notion nor idea in it, and therefore to him the principle of what is proves not this matter, but it depends upon collection and observation, by which he is to make his complex idea called man. Secondly, another that hath gone further in framing and collecting the idea he calls man, and to the outward shape adds laughter and rational discourse, may demonstrate that infants and changelings are no men by this maxim. It is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, and I have discoursed with very rational men who have actually denied that they are men. Thirdly, perhaps another makes up the complex idea which he calls man only out of the ideas of body in general and the powers of language and reason, and leaves out the shape wholly. This man is able to demonstrate that a man may have no hands but be quadrupeds, neither of those being included in his idea of man, and in whatever body or shape he found speech and reason joined, that was a man, because having a clear knowledge of such a complex idea, it is certain that what is. So that, if rightly considered, I think we may say that where our ideas are determined in our minds and have annexed to them by us known and steady names under those settled determinations, there is little need or no use at all of these maxims to prove the agreement or disagreement of any of them. He that cannot discern the truth or falsehood of such propositions without the help of these and the like maxims will not be helped by these maxims to do it, since he cannot be supposed to know the truth of these maxims themselves without proof, if he cannot know the truth of others without proof, which are as self-evident as these. Upon this ground, it is that intuitive knowledge neither requires nor admits any proof, one part of it more than another. He that will suppose it does takes away the foundation of all knowledge and certainty, and he that needs any proof to make him certain and give his assent to this proposition that 2 are equal to 2 will also have need of a proof to make him admit that what is. He that needs approbation to convince him that 2 are not 3, that white is not black, that a triangle is not a circle, etc., or any other 2 determined distinct ideas are not one and the same, will need also a demonstration to convince him that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be. And as these maxims are of little use where we have determined ideas, so they are, as I have shown, of dangerous use where our ideas are not determined, and where we use words that are not annexed to determined ideas, but such as are of a loose and wandering signification, sometimes standing for one and sometimes for another idea, from which follow mistake and error, which these maxims brought as proofs to establish propositions, wherein the terms stand for undetermined ideas, do by their authority confirm and rivet. Chapter 8 of Trifling Propositions. Whether the maxims treated of in the foregoing chapter be of that use to real knowledge as is generally supported, I leave to be considered. This, I think, may confidently be affirmed, that there are universal propositions which, though they be certainly true, yet they add no light to our understanding, bring no increase to our knowledge. Such are, first, all purely identical propositions. These obviously and at first blush appear to contain no instruction in them, for when we affirm the said term of itself, whether it be barely verbal or whether it contains any clear and real idea, it shows us nothing but what we must certainly know before, whether such a proposition be either made by or proposed to us. Indeed, that most general one, what is, may serve sometimes to show a man the absurdity he is guilty of when, by circumlocution or equivocal terms, he would in particular instances deny the same thing of itself, because nobody will so openly bid defiance to common sense as to affirm visible and direct contradictions in plain words. Or if he does, a man is excused if he breaks off any further discourse with him. But yet I think I may say that neither that received maxim nor any other identical proposition teaches us anything, and though in such kind of propositions this great and magnified maxim, boasted to be the foundation of demonstration, may be and often is made use of to confirm them, yet all it proves amounts to no more than this, that the same word may with great certainty be affirmed of itself, without any doubt of the truth of any such proposition, and, let me add, also without any real knowledge. For at this rate, any very ignorant person who can but make a proposition and knows what he means when he says I or no, may make a million of propositions of whose truth he may be infallibly certain, and yet not know one thing in the world thereby, e.g., what is a soul, or a soul is a soul, a spirit is a spirit, a fetish is a fetish, etc. These all being equivalent to this proposition, which what is, i.e., what hath existence, or who hath a soul, hath a soul. What is this more than trifling with words? It is but like a dog, like a monkey, shifting his oyster from one hand to the other, and had he but words, might no doubt have said, oyster in the right hand is subject, and oyster in the left hand is predicate, and so might have made a self-evident proposition of oyster, i.e., oyster is oyster, and yet with all this not have been one whit the wiser or more knowing, and that way of handling the matter would much at one have satisfied the monkey's hunger or a man's understanding, and they would have improved in knowledge and bulk together. I know there are some who, because identical propositions are self-evident, show a great concern for them and think they do great service to philosophy by crying them up, as if in them was contained all knowledge, and the understanding were led into all truth by them only. I grant as forwardly as anyone that they are all true and self-evident. I grant further that the foundation of all our knowledge lies in the faculty we have of perceiving the same idea to be the same, and of discerning it from those that are different, as I have shown in the foregoing chapter. But how that vindicates the making use of identical propositions for the improvement of knowledge from the imputation of trifling, I do not see. Let anyone repeat as often as he pleases that the will is the will, or lay what stress on it if he thinks fit. Of what use is this and an infinite the like propositions for the enlarging our knowledge? Let a man abound as much as the plenty of words which he has will permit in such propositions as these. A law is a law, and obligation is obligation. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Will these and the like ever help him to an acquaintance with ethics, or instruct him or others in the knowledge of morality? Those who know not, nor perhaps ever will know what is right and what is wrong, nor the measures of them, can with as much assurance make and infallibly know the truth of these and all such propositions as he that is best instructed in morality can do. But what advance do such propositions give in the knowledge of anything necessary or useful for their conduct? He would be thought to do little less than trifle who, for enlightening the understanding in any part of knowledge, should be busy with identical propositions and insist on such maxims as these: substance is substance, and body is body; a vacuum is vacuum, and a vortex is a vortex; a centaur is a centaur, and a chimera is a chimera, etc. For these and all such are equally true, equally certain, and equally self-evident, but yet they cannot but be counted trifling when made use of as principles of instruction, and stress laid on them as helps to knowledge, since they teach nothing but what every one who is capable of discourse knows without being told, viz., that the same term is the same term, and the same idea the same idea. And upon this account it was that I formerly did and do still think, offering and inculcating such propositions in order to give the understanding any new light or inlet into the knowledge of things, no better than trifling. Instruction lies in something very different, and he that would enlarge his own or another's mind to truths he does not yet know must find out immediate ideas and then lay them in such order one by another that the understanding may see the agreement or disagreement of those in question. Propositions that do this are instructive, but they are far from such as affirm the same term of itself, which is no way to advance oneself or others in any sort of knowledge. It no more helps to that than it would help anyone in his learning to read to have such propositions as these inculcated to him. An A is an A, and a B is a B, which a man may know as well as any schoolmaster, and yet never be able to read a word as long as he lives. Nor do these, or any such identical propositions, help him one jot forward in the skill of reading, let him make what use of them he can. If those who blame my calling them trifling propositions had but read and been at the pains to understand what I have above writ in very plain English, they could not but have seen that by identical propositions I mean only such where in the same term, importing the same idea, is affirmed of itself, which I take to be the proper signification of identical propositions, and concerning all such, I think I may continue safely to say that to propose them as instructive is no better than trifling, for no one who has the use of reason can miss them where it is necessary they should be taken notice of, no doubt of their truth when he does take notice of them. But if men will call propositions identical wherein the same term is not affirmed of itself, whether they speak more properly than I, others must judge, this is certain. All that they say of propositions that are not identical in my sense concerns not me, nor what I have said. All that I have said relating to those propositions wherein the same term is affirmed of itself. And I would fain see an instance wherein any such can be made use of to the advantage and improvement of any one's knowledge. Instances of other kinds, whatever use may be made of them, concern not me, as not being such as I call identical. Another sort of trifling propositions is when a part of the complex idea is predicated of the name of the whole, a part of the definition of the world defined. Such are all propositions wherein the genus is predicated of the species, or more comprehensive of less comprehensive terms. For what information, what knowledge carries this proposition in it, which lead is a metal to a man who knows the complex idea the name lead stands for. All the simple ideas that go to the complex one are signified by the term metal, being nothing but what he before comprehended, and signified by the name lead. Indeed, to a man that knows the signification of the word metal and not of the word lead, it is a shorter way to explain the signification of the word lead by saying it is a metal, which at once expresses several of its simple ideas, than to enumerate them one by one, telling him it is a body very heavy, fusible, and malleable. Like trifling, it is to predicate any other part of the definition of the term defined, or to affirm any one of the simple ideas of a complex one, of the name of the whole complex idea, as all gold is fusible, for fusibility being one of the simple ideas that goes to the making up the complex one, the sound gold stands for. What can it be but playing with sounds, to affirm that of the name gold, which is comprehended in its received signification? It would be thought little better than ridiculous to affirm gravely, as a truth of a moment, that gold is yellow, and I see not how it is any joy more material to say it is fusible, unless that quality be left out of the complex idea of which the sound gold is the mark in ordinary speech. What instruction can it carry with it to tell one that which he hath been told already, or he is supposed to know before? For I am supposed to know the signification of the word and other uses to me, or else he is to tell me. And if I know that the name gold stands for this complex idea of body, yellow, heavy, fusible, malleable, it will not much instruct me to put it solemnly afterwards in a proposition and gravely say, all gold is fusible. Such propositions can only serve to show the disingenuity of one who will go from the definition of his own terms by reminding him sometimes of it, but carry no knowledge with them but of the signification of words, however certain they be. Every man is an animal or living body is as certain a proposition as can be, but no more conducing to the knowledge of things than to say, a palfrey is an ambling horse, or a neighing ambling animal, both being only about the signification of words, and make me know with this, that body, sense, and motion, or power of sensation and moving, are three of those ideas that I always comprehend and signify by the word man. And where they are not to be found together, the name man belongs not to that thing, and so of the other, that body, sense, and a certain way of going, with a certain kind of voice, are some of those ideas which I always comprehend and signify by the word palfrey, and when they are not to be found together, the name palfrey belongs not to that thing. It is just the same and not the same purpose. When any term standing for any one or more of the simple ideas that altogether make up that complex idea which is called man is affirmed of the term man, which is, suppose, a Roman signified by the word homo, all these distinct ideas united in one subject, corporatus, sensibilitas, potentia se movendi, rationalitas, risibilitas. He might, no doubt, with great certainty, universally affirm one, more, or all of these together of the word homo, but did no more than say that the word homo in his country comprehended in its signification all these ideas, much like a Romance knight, who by the word palfrey signified these ideas: body of a certain figure, four-legged, with sense, motion, ambling, neighing, white, used to have a woman on his back, might with the same certainty universally affirm also any or all of these of the word palfrey, but did thereby teach no more but that the word palfrey, in his or Romance language, stood for all these and was not to be applied to anything where any of these was wanting. But he that shall tell me that in whatever thing sense, motion, reason, and laughter were united, that thing had actually a notion of God, or would be cast into a sleep by opium, made indeed an instructive proposition. Because neither having the notion of God, nor being cast into sleep by opium, being contained in the idea signified by the word man, we are by such propositions taught something more than barely what the word man stands for, and therefore the knowledge contained in it is more than verbal. Before a man makes any proposition, he is supposed to understand the terms he uses in it, or else he talks like a parrot, only making a noise by imitation and framing certain sounds which he has learned for others, and not as a rational creature using them for signs of ideas which he has in his mind. The hearer also is supposed to understand the terms as the speaker uses them, or else he talks jargon and makes an unintelligible noise, and therefore he trifles with words who makes such a proposition which, when it is made, contains no more than one of the terms does, and which a man was supposed to know before, v.g. a triangle hath three sides, or saffron is yellow, and this is no further tolerable than where a man goes to explain his terms to one who is supposed or declares himself not to understand him, and then it teaches only the signification of that word and the use of that sign. We can know then the truth of two sorts of propositions with perfect certainty. The one is of those trifling propositions which have a certainty in them, but it is only a verbal certainty, but not instructive. And secondly, we can know the truth and so may be certain in propositions which affirm something of another, which is a necessary consequence of its precise complex idea, but not contained in it, as that the external angle of all triangles is bigger than either of the opposite internal angles, which relation of the outward angle to either of the opposite internal angles making no part of the complex idea signified by the name triangle, this is a real truth and conveys with it instructive real knowledge. We, having little or no knowledge of what combinations there be of simple ideas existing together in substances but by our senses, we cannot make any universal certain propositions concerning them any further than our nominal essences lead us, which being to a very few and inconsiderable truths in respect of those which depend on their real constitutions, the general propositions that are made about substances, if they are certain, are for the most part but trifling, and if they are instructive, are uncertain, and such as we can have no knowledge of their real truth, how much soever constant observation and analogy may assist our judgment in guessing. Hence it comes to pass that one may often meet with very clear and coherent discourses that amount yet to nothing. For it is plain that names of substantial beings, as well as others, as far as they have relative significations affixed to them, may with great truth be joined negatively and affirmatively in propositions, as their relative definitions make them fit to be so joined, and propositions consisting of such terms may, with the same clearness, be deduced one from another as those that convey the most real truths, and all this without any knowledge of the nature or reality of things existing without us. By this method one may make demonstrations and undoubted propositions in words, and yet thereby advance not one jot in the knowledge of the truth of things, v.g. he that having learned these following words, with their ordinary mutual relative acceptations annexed to them, v.g. substance, man, animal, form, soul, vegetative, sensitive, rational, may make several undoubted propositions about the soul without knowing at all what the soul really is, and of this sort a man may find an infinite number of propositions, reasonings, and conclusions in books of metaphysics, school divinity, and some sort of natural philosophy, and after all know as little of God, spirits, or bodies as he did before he set out. He that hath the liberty to define, i.e. to determine the signification of his names of substances, as certainly everyone does in effect, who makes them stand for his own ideas, and makes their significations at a venture, taking them from his own or other men's fancies, and not from an examination or inquiry into the nature of things themselves, may with little trouble demonstrate them one of another according to those several aspects and mutual relations he has given them one to another, wherein, however things agree or disagree in their own nature, he needs mind nothing but his own notions, with the names he hath bestowed upon them, but thereby no more increase in his own knowledge than he does his riches, who, taking a bag of counters, calls one in a certain place a pound, another in another place a shilling, and a third in a third place a penny, and so proceeding may undoubtedly reckon right and cast up a great sum according to his counters so placed, and standing for more or less as he pleases, without being one jot the richer, or without even knowing how much a pound, shilling, or penny is, but only that one is contained in the other 20 times, and contains the other 12, which a man may also do in the signification of words, by making them, in respect of one another, more or less or equally comprehensive. Though yet concerning most words used in discourses equally argumentative and controversial, there is this more to be complained of, which is the worst sort of trifling, and which sets us yet further from the certainty of knowledge we hope to attain by them, or find in them, with that most writers are so far from instructing us in the nature and knowledge of things, that they use their words loosely and uncertainly, and do not, by using them constantly and steadily in the same significations, make plain and clear deductions of words one from another, and make their discourses coherent and clear, how little soever they were instructive, which were not difficult to do, did they not find it convenient to shelter their ignorance or obstinacy under the obscurity and perplexedness of their terms, to which perhaps inadvertency and ill custom do in many men much contribute. To conclude, barely verbal propositions may be known by these following marks. First, all propositions wherein two abstract terms are affirmed one of another are barely about the signification of sounds, for since no abstract idea can be the same with any other but itself, when its abstract name is affirmed of any other term, it can signify no more but this, that it may or ought to be called by that name, or that these two names signify the same idea. Thus, should anyone say that parsimony is frugality, that gratitude is justice, that this or that action is or is not temperate, however specious these and the like propositions may at first sight seem, yet when we come to press them and examine nicely what they contain, we shall find that it all amounts to nothing but the signification of those terms. Secondly, all propositions wherein a part of the complex idea which any term stands for is predicated of that term are only verbal, v.g. to say that gold is a metal or heavy, and thus all propositions wherein more comprehensive words called genera are affirmed of subordinate or less comprehensive called species or individuals are barely verbal. When by these two rules we have examined the propositions that make up the discourses we ordinarily meet with, both in and out of books, we shall perhaps find that a greater part of them than is usually suspected are purely about the signification of words and contain nothing in them but the use and application of these signs. This, I think, I may lay down for an infallible rule that wherever the distinct idea any word stands for is not known and considered, and something not contained in the idea is not affirmed or denied of it, there our thoughts stick wholly in sounds and are able to attain no real truth or falsehood. This, perhaps, if well heeded, might save us a great deal of useless amusement and dispute, and very much shorten our trouble and wandering in the search of real and true knowledge. Chapter 9 of our knowledge of existence. Hitherto we have only considered the essences of things, which being only abstract ideas and thereby removed in our thoughts from particular existence, that being the proper operation of the mind in abstraction to consider an idea under no other existence but what it has in the understanding, gives us no knowledge of real existence at all, where, by the way, we may take notice that universal propositions of whose truth or falsehood we can have certain knowledge concern not existence, and further, that all particular affirmations or negations that would not be certain if they were made general are only concerning existence, they declaring only the accidental union or separation of ideas and things existing, which in their abstract natures have no known necessary union or repugnancy. But leaving the nature of propositions and different ways of predication to be considered more at large in another place, let us proceed now to inquire concerning our knowledge of the existence of things and how we come by it. I say then that we have the knowledge of our own existence by intuition, of the existence of God by demonstration, and of other things by sensation. As for our own existence, we perceive it so plainly and so certainly that it neither needs nor is capable of any proof, for nothing can be more evident to us than our own existence. I think, I reason, I feel pleasure and pain. Can any of these be more evident to me than my own existence? If I doubt of all other things, that very doubt makes me perceive my own existence, and will not suffer me to doubt of that. For if I know I feel pain, it is evident I have as certain perception of my own existence as of the existence of the pain I feel. Or if I know I doubt, I have as certain perception of the existence of the thing doubting as of that thought which I call doubt. Experience then convinces us that we have an intuitive knowledge of our own existence and an internal infallible perception that we are. In every act of sensation, reasoning, or thinking, we are conscious to ourselves of our own being, and in this matter come not short of the highest degree of certainty. Chapter 10 of our knowledge of the existence of a God. Though God has given us no innate ideas of himself, though he has stamped no original characters on our minds, wherein we may read his being, yet having furnished us with those faculties our minds are endowed with, he hath not left himself without witness, since we have sense, perception, and reason, and cannot want a clear proof of him, as long as we carry ourselves about us. Nor can we justly complain of our ignorance in this great point, since he has so plentifully provided us with the means to discover and know him, so far as is necessary to the end of our being and the great concernment of our happiness. But though this be the most obvious truth that reason discovers, and though its evidence be, if I mistake not, equal to mathematical certainty, yet it requires thought and attention, and the mind must apply itself to a regular deduction of it from some part of our intuitive knowledge, or else we shall be as uncertain and ignorant of this as of other propositions which are in themselves capable of clear demonstration. To show, therefore, that we are capable of knowing, i.e., being certain that there is a God, and how we may come by this certainty, I think we need go no further than ourselves and that undoubted knowledge we have of our own existence. I think it is beyond question that man has a clear idea of his own being. He knows certainly he exists and that he is something. He that can doubt whether he be anything or no, I speak not to no more than I would argue with pure nothing or endeavor to convince non-entity that it were something. If anyone pretends to be so skeptical as to deny his own existence or really to doubt of it is manifestly impossible, let him for me enjoy his beloved happiness of being nothing until hunger or some other pain convince him of the contrary. This then I think I may take for a truth which everyone's certain knowledge assures him of beyond the liberty of doubting, which that he is something that actually exists. In the next place, man knows by an intuitive certainty that bare nothing can no more produce any real being than it can be equal to two right angles. If a man knows not that non-entity or the absence of all being cannot be equal to two right angles, it is impossible he should know any demonstration in Euclid. If therefore we know there is some real being and that non-entity cannot produce any real being, it is an evident demonstration that from eternity there has been something, since what was not from eternity had a beginning, and what had a beginning must be produced by something else. Next, it is evident that what had its being and beginning from another must also have all that which is in and belongs to its being from another too. All the powers it has must be owing to and received from the same source. This eternal source, then, of all being must also be the source and original of all power, and so this eternal being must be also the most powerful. Again, a man finds in himself perception and knowledge. We have then got one step further, and we are certain now that there is not only some being but some knowing, intelligent being in the world. There was a time then when there was no knowledge, there was no knowing being, and when knowledge began to be, or else there has been also a knowing being from eternity. If it be said there was a time when no being had any knowledge, when that eternal being was void of all understanding, I reply that then it was impossible there should ever have been any knowledge. It being as impossible that things wholly void of knowledge and operating blindly and without any perception should produce a knowing being, as it is impossible that a triangle should make itself three angles bigger than two right ones. For it is as repugnant to the idea of senseless matter that it should put into itself sense, perception, and knowledge, as it is repugnant to the idea of a triangle that it should put into itself greater angles than two right ones. Thus, from the consideration of ourselves and what we infallibly find in our own constitutions, our reason leads us to the knowledge of this certain and evident truth, that there is an eternal, most powerful, and most knowing being, which whether anyone will please to call God, it matters not. The thing is evident, and from this idea duly considered will easily be deduced all those other attributes which we ought to ascribe to this eternal being. If nevertheless anyone should be found so senselessly arrogant as to suppose man alone knowing and wise, but yet the product of mere ignorance and chance, and that all the rest of the universe acted only by that blind haphazard, I shall leave with him that very rational and emphatical rebuke of Tully, to be considered at his leisure. What can be more silly, arrogant, and misbecoming than for a man to think that he has a mind and understanding in him, but yet in all the universe beside there is no such thing, or that those things which with the utmost stretch of his reason he can scarce comprehend, should be moved and managed without any reason at all? Quid est enim varius quam neminem esse oporter tam stulte arrogantem ut in se mentem et rationem putet in caelo mundoc non putet aut e qua vix sama ingeni rationae comprehendet nulla ratione movere putet. From what has been said, it is plain to me we have a more certain knowledge of the existence of a God than of anything our senses have not immediately discovered to us. Now, I presume I may say that we more certainly know that there is a God than that there is anything else without us. When I say we know, I mean there is such a knowledge within our reach which we cannot miss if we will but apply our minds to that, as we do to several other inquiries. How far the idea of a most perfect being, which a man may frame in his mind, does or does not prove the existence of a God, I will not here examine, for in the different make of men's tempers and application of their thoughts, some arguments prevail more on one and some on another for the confirmation of the same truth. But yet I think this I may say, that it is an ill way of establishing this truth and silencing atheists to lay the whole stress of so important a point as this upon that sole foundation, and take some men's having that idea of God in their minds, if it is evident some men have none, and some worse than none, and the most very different, for the only proof of a deity, and out of an over-fondness of that darling invention, cassia, or at least endeavour to invalidate all other arguments and forbid us to hearken to those proofs as being weak or fallacious, which our own existence and the sensible parts of the universe offer so clearly and cogently to our thoughts, that I deem it impossible for a considering man to withstand them. For I judge it as certain and clear a truth as can anywhere be delivered, that the invisible things of God are clearly seen from the creation of the world, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead. Though our own being furnishes us, as I have shown, with an evident and incontestable proof of a deity, and I believe nobody can avoid the cogency of it who will but as carefully attend to it as to any other demonstration of so many parts, yet this being so fundamental a truth, and of that a consequence, that all religion and genuine morality depend thereon, I doubt not but I shall be forgiven by my reader if I go over some parts of this argument again, and enlarge a little more upon them. There is no truth more evident than that something must be from eternity. I never yet heard of any one so unreasonable that could suppose so manifest a contradiction as a time wherein there was perfectly nothing, this being of all absurdities the greatest, to imagine that pure nothing, the perfect negation and absence of all beings, could ever produce any real existence. It being then unavoidable for all rational creatures to conclude that something has existed, and that something has existed from eternity, let us next see what kind of thing that must be. There are but two sorts of beings in the world that man knows or conceives. First, such as are purely material, without sense, perception, or thought, as the clippings of our beards and parings of our nails. Secondly, sensible thinking, perceiving things, such as we find ourselves to be, which, if you please, we will hereafter call cogitative and incogitative beings, which to our present purpose, if for nothing else, are perhaps better terms than material and immaterial. If then there must be something eternal, let us see what sort of being it must be, and to that it is very obvious to reason that it must necessarily be a cogitative being, for it is as impossible to conceive that ever bare incogitative matter should produce a thinking, intelligent being, as that nothing should of itself produce matter. Let us suppose any parcel of matter eternal, great or small, we shall find it in itself able to produce nothing. For example, let us suppose the matter of the next pebble we meet with eternal, closely united, and the parts firmly at rest together. If there were no other being in the world, must it not eternally remain so, a dead, inactive lump? Is it possible to conceive it can add motion to itself, being purely matter, or produce anything? Matter, then, by its own strength, cannot produce in itself so much as motion. The motion it has must also be from eternity, or else be produced and added to matter by some other being more powerful than matter. Matter, as is evident, having not power to produce motion in itself. But let us suppose motion eternal too, yet matter, in cogitative matter and motion, whatever changes it might produce of figure and bulk, could never produce thought. Knowledge will still be as far beyond the power of motion and matter to produce, as matter is beyond the power of nothing or non-entity to produce. And I appeal to everyone's own thoughts whether he cannot as easily conceive matter produced by nothing as thought to be produced by pure matter, when before there was no such thing as thought or an intelligent being existing. Divide matter into as many parts as you will, which we are apt to imagine a sort of spiritualizing or making a thinking thing of it. Vary the figure and motion of it as much as you please, a globe, cube, cone, prism, cylinder, etc., whose diameters are but 100,000th part of a grai. A grai is 1/10 of a line 1/10 of an inch 1/10 of a philosophical foot 1/3 of a pendulum, whose diadrams in the latitude of 45 degrees are each equal to 1 second of time, or 1/60th of a minute. I have affectedly made use of this measure here, and the parts of it under a decimal division with names to them, because I think it would be of general convenience that this should be the common measure in the commonwealth of letters. Will operate to otherwise upon other bodies of proportionable bulk than those of an inch or foot diameter, and you may as rationally expect to produce sense, thought, and knowledge by putting together in a certain figure and motion gross particles of matter, as by those that are the very minutest that do anywhere exist. They knock, impel, and resist one another, just as the greater do, and that is all they can do, so that if we will suppose nothing first or eternal, matter can never begin to be. If we suppose bare matter without motion eternal, motion can never begin to be. If we suppose only matter and motion first or eternal, thought can never begin to be. For it is impossible to conceive that matter, either with or without motion, could have originally, in and from itself, sense, perception, and knowledge, as is evident from hence, that then sense, perception, and knowledge must be a property eternally inseparable from matter and every particle of it. Not to add that, though our general or specific conception of matter makes us speak of it as one thing, yet really all matter is not one individual thing. Neither is there any such thing existing as one material being or one single body that we know or can conceive. And therefore, if matter were the eternal first cogitative being, there would not be one eternal infinite cogitative being, but an infinite number of eternal finite cogitative beings, independent one of another, of limited force and distinct thoughts, which could never produce that order, harmony, and beauty which are to be found in nature. Since, therefore, whatsoever is the first eternal being must necessarily be cogitative, and whatsoever is first of all things must necessarily contain in it, and actually have, at least, all the perfections that can ever after exist, nor can it ever give to another any perfection that it hath not either actually in itself, or at least in a higher degree. It necessarily follows that the first eternal being cannot be matter. If, therefore, it be evident that something necessarily must exist from eternity, it is also as evident that that something must necessarily be a cogitative being, for it is as impossible that incogitative matter should produce a cogitative being as that nothing, or the negation of all being, should produce a positive being or matter. Though this discovery of the necessary existence of an eternal mind does sufficiently lead us into the knowledge of God, since it will hence follow that all other knowing beings that have a beginning must depend on him, and have no other ways of knowledge or extent of power than what he gives them. And therefore, if he made those, he made also the less excellent pieces of this universe, all inanimate beings, whereby his omniscience, power, and providence will be established, and all his other attributes necessarily follow. Yet, to clear up this a little further, we will see what doubts can be raised against it. First, perhaps it will be said that, though it be as clear a demonstration can make it, that there must be an eternal being, and that being must also be knowing, yet it does not follow but that thinking being may also be material. Let it be so, it equally still follows that there is a God. For if there be an eternal, omniscient, omnipotent being, it is certain that there is a God, whether you imagine that being to be material or no. But herein, I suppose, lies the danger and deceit of that supposition, there being no way to avoid the demonstration that there is an eternal knowing being. Men devoted to matter would willingly have it granted that this knowing being is material, and then letting slide out of their minds or the discourse, the demonstration whereby an eternal knowing being was proved necessarily to exist, would argue all to be matter, and so deny a God, that is, an eternal cogitative being, whereby they are so far from establishing that they destroy their own hypothesis. For if there can be, in their opinion, eternal matter without any eternal cogitative being, they manifestly separate matter and thinking, and suppose no necessary connection of the one with the other, and so establish the necessity of an eternal spirit, but not of matter, since it has been proved already that an eternal cogitative being is unavoidably to be granted. Now, if thinking and matter may be separated, the eternal existence of matter will not follow from the eternal existence of a cogitative being, and they suppose it to no purpose. But now let us see how they can satisfy themselves or others that this eternal thinking being is material. First, I would ask them whether they imagine that all matter, every particle of matter, thinks. This, I suppose, they will scarce say, since then there would be as many eternal thinking beings as there are particles of matter, and so an infinity of gods. And yet, if they will not allow matter as matter, that is, every particle of matter, to be as well cogitative as extended, they will have as hard a task to make out to their own reason a cogitative being out of incogitative particles, as an extended being out of unextended parts, if I may so speak. Secondly, if all matter does not think, I next ask whether it be only one atom that does so. This has as many absurdities as the other, for then this atom of matter must be alone eternal or no. If this alone be eternal, then this alone, by its power, thought, or will, made all the rest of matter, and so we have the creation of matter by a powerful thought, which is that the materialists stick at. For if they suppose one single thinking atom to have produced all the rest of matter, they cannot ascribe that preeminency to it upon any other account than that of its thinking, the only supposed difference, but allow it to be by some other way which is above our conception. It must still be creation, and these men must give up their great maxim, ex nihilo nil fit. If it be said that all the rest of matter is equally eternal as that thinking atom, it will be to say anything at pleasure, though ever so absurd. For to suppose all matter eternal, and yet one small particle in knowledge and power infinitely above all the rest, is without the least appearance of reason to frame an hypothesis. Every particle of matter as matter is capable of all the same figures and motions of any other, and I challenge anyone in his thoughts to add anything else to one above another. Thirdly, if then neither one peculiar atom alone can be this eternal thinking being, nor all matter as matter, i.e., every particle of matter, can be it, it only remains that it is some certain system of matter duly put together, that is this thinking eternal being. This is that which I imagine is that notion which men are aptest to have of God, who would have him a material being, as most readily suggested to them by the ordinary conceit they have of themselves and other men, which they take to be material thinking beings. But this imagination, however more natural, is no less absurd than the other. For to suppose the eternal thinking being to be nothing else but a composition of particles of matter, each whereof is incogitative, is to ascribe all the wisdom and knowledge of that eternal being only to the juxtaposition of parts, than which nothing can be more absurd. For unthinking particles of matter, however put together, can have nothing thereby added to them but a new relation of position, which it is impossible should give thought and knowledge to them. But further, this corporeal system either has all its parts at rest, or it is a certain motion of the parts wherein its thinking consists. If it be perfectly at rest, it is but one lump, and can have no privileges above one atom. If it be the motion of its parts on which its thinking depends, all the thoughts there must be unavoidably accidental and limited, since all the particles that by motion cause thought, being each of them in itself without any thought, cannot regulate its own motions, much less be regulated by the thought of the whole, since that thought is not the cause of motion, for then it must be antecedent to it, and so without it. But the consequence of it, whereby freedom, power, choice, and all rational and wise thinking or acting will be quite taken away, so that such a thinking being will be no better, no wiser than pure blind matter, since to resolve all into the accidental, unguided motions of blind matter, or into thought depending on unguided motions of blind matter, is the same thing, not to mention the narrowness of such thoughts and knowledge that must depend on the motion of such parts. But there needs no enumeration of any more absurdities and impossibilities in this hypothesis, however full of them it be, than that before mentioned. Since, let this thinking system be all or a part of the matter of the universe, it is impossible that any one particle should either know its own or the motion of any other particle, or the whole know the motion of every particle, and so regulate its own thoughts or motions, or indeed have any thought resulting from such motion. Others would have matter to be eternal, notwithstanding that they allow an eternal cogitative material being. This, though it take not away the being of a God, yet since it denies one and the first great piece of his workmanship, the creation, let us consider it a little. Matter must be allowed eternal. Why? Because you cannot conceive how it can be made out of nothing. Why do you not also think yourself eternal? You will answer, perhaps, because about 20 or 40 years since you began to be. But if I ask you what that you is, which began then to be, you can scarce tell me. The matter whereof you are made began not then to be, for if it did, then it is not eternal, but it began to be put together in such a fashion and frame as makes up your body, but yet that frame of particles is not you, it makes not that thinking thing you are, for I have now to do with one who allows an eternal immaterial thinking being, but would have unthinking matter eternal too. Therefore, when did that thinking thing begin to be? If it did never begin to be, then have you always been a thinking thing from eternity, the absurdity whereof I need not confute till I meet with one who is so void of understanding as to own it. If therefore you can allow a thinking thing to be made out of nothing, as all things that are not eternal must be, why also can you not allow it possible for a material being to be made out of nothing by an equal power, but that you have the experience of the one in view and not of the other? Though, when well considered, creation of a spirit will be found to require no less power than the creation of matter. Nay, possibly, if we would emancipate ourselves from vulgar notions and raise our thoughts as far as they would reach to a closer contemplation of things, we might be able to aim at some dim and seeming conception how matter might at first be made and begin to exist by the power of that eternal first being. But to give beginning and being to a spirit would be found a more inconceivable effect of omnipotent power. But this being, what would perhaps lead us too far from the motions on which the philosophy now in the world is built, it would not be pardonable to deviate so far from them, or to inquire so far as grammar itself would authorize, if the common settled opinion opposes it, especially in this place where the received doctrine serves well enough to our present purpose and leaves this past doubt that the creation or beginning of any one substance out of nothing being once admitted, the creation of all other but the Creator himself may, with the same ease, be supposed. But you will say it is not impossible to admit of the making anything out of nothing, since we cannot possibly conceive it. I answer no, because it is not reasonable to deny the power of an infinite being, because we cannot comprehend its operations. We do not deny other effects upon this ground, because we cannot possibly conceive the manner of their production. We cannot conceive how anything but impulse of body can move body, and yet that is not a reason sufficient to make us deny it possible against the constant experience we have of it in ourselves, in all our voluntary motions, which are produced in us only by the free action or thought of our own minds, and are not, nor can be, the effects of the impulse or determination of the motion of blind matter in or upon our own bodies. For then it could not be in our power or choice to alter it. For example, my right hand writes whilst my left hand is still. What causes rest in one and motion in the other? Nothing but my will, a thought of my mind. My thought only changing, the right hand rests and the left hand moves. This is matter of fact which cannot be denied. Explain this and make it intelligible, and then the next step will be to understand creation. For the giving a new determination to the motion of the animal spirits, which some make use of to explain voluntary motion, clears not the difficulty one jot. To alter the determination of motion being in this case no easier, no less than to give motion itself, since the new determination given to the animal spirits must be either immediately be thought, or by some other body put in their way by thought which was not in their way before, and so must owe its motion to thought, either of which leaves voluntary motion as unintelligible as it was before. In the meantime, it is an overvaluing ourselves to reduce all to the narrow measure of our capacities, and to conclude all things impossible to be done, whose manner of doing exceeds our comprehension. This is to make our comprehension finite, or God finite, when what he can do is limited to what we can conceive of it. If you do not understand the operations of your own finite mind, that thinking thing within you, do not deem it strange that you cannot comprehend the operations of that eternal infinite mind, who made and governs all things, and whom the heaven of heavens cannot contain.